a smoke, but there's some place that he'd rather be. He says, Bill, I believe this is killing me, as a smile ran away from his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, la la la, di da, la la, di da, da. Oh, there's a real estate novelist.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world.
Practicing politics as a business.
And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started on a neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. We took the long way round, burned till the fun ran out. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad
Ladies and gentlemen, we start again at 3 o'clock sharp with the first qualification for the 7-year-old horses, powered by KWPN and KNHS, Royal Dutch Sport Horse and the Royal Dutch Federation. Internationale juryleden gaan hun positie innemen. Judge sets C, Henning Beerman, Germany, Maria Colliander from Finland, and E from the Republic of South Africa, Sharon Rhodes, and H from Spain, Juan Carlos Campos Escribano, and Peter Starr from Great Britain at B. We beginnen zo dadelijk met Martin Hauptmann uit Oostenrijk op Aramis.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this, the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here in Ermelo. I hope you've enjoyed watching along for the first qualification of the 6-year-old horses this morning. We had a fantastic competition, but you have joined us now for the first qualification for 7-year-old horses. This runs slightly different to that of the 5 and the 6-year-olds in the fact that they actually ride a dressage test that is judged, unlike the 5 and the 6-year-olds, which are just being judged on their paces, their submission and their overall perspective. But these 7-year-olds are also judged on their trot, walk, canter, submission and overall perspective, as well as the test itself. So they'll get a technical mark and of course a quality total. The two are averaged and then they'll get a final result. We have 40 horse and rider combinations coming forward in this class, and our judges we have at C, Henning Beerman from Germany and Maria Colliander from Finland. At E, Sharon Rhodes from the Republic of South Africa. At H, Juan Carlos Campos Escribano from Spain. And at B, we have Peter Starr from Great Britain. It is the 7-year-old horse's preliminary test that they will be riding today, and the top 12 will qualify directly for the final, which will be on Sunday. The rest will then go through to a small qualifier, the small finals, which is tomorrow. And the top 3 from the small finals for 7-year-old horses will go forward to the final. The final for the 7-year-olds will be at 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Sorry, that's in fact 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. And then the final for 6-year-old horses will be on Sunday afternoon, starting at 2:45. Our first combination for this 7-year-old qualifier will be coming in just a few moments' time at 3 o'clock. We can see movements like extended trot, half passes, 8-meter circles, shoulder in, extended walk, and then up into the canter. We see half canter pirouettes, flying changes, tempi changes. So a lot more advanced than that of the 6-year-old test that you would have seen this morning. But first up, we have a representative from Austria. It is Martin Hauptmann, and he rides Aramis. This gelding is by Diamond Hit, out of a Desperados mare, owned by Dr. Sylvia Rankel and Martin himself, and was bred by Wolfgang Wartgotter. So in now it is Martin Hauptmann and Aramis. Losing the balance there into the first halt. Fairly nice steps in the extended trot. Could have had a little bit more push from the hind leg. Like to see a bit more energy in the extended trot. Just a little bit unsteady in the contact in the vault and in the shoulder in. Just needs to watch the balance. And again, here in the collected walk, you'd like to see the nose more on the vertical line, just a little bit unsteady in the contact. Rhythm not 100% clear here in the walk. And again, you'd like to see more stretch down to take the contact in the extended walk. Positioning in the shoulder in. Again, just needs to be careful of the balance through the 8-meter circle and the shoulder in. Some nice steps in the medium canter. Could maybe just have been a little bit braver there and asked for a bit more. Fairly nice in the canter pirouette. For the bigger marks, you'd like to see a bit more uphill tendency. Losing the straightness there and coming back from the canter half pass on the centre line for the change. Yeah, I could have been a bit straighter. There was quite a bit of swinging in those changes on the diagonal line. Keeping the activity well in the half pirouette. The straightness slightly better in the flying change there on the centre line. Losing the uphill tendency towards the end of the extended canter, and again could just have been a little bit braver in the extended canter there on the diagonal. But coming down into the final halt, it is Martin Hauptmann and Aramis for Austria.
Martin Hauptmann, Oostenrijk met Aramis, zoon van Diamond Hit en Desperados, ingeschreven in het AWE.
Fairly nice job from this pair.
In Oostenrijk.
Just needed to watch the balance in some of the lateral work in the trot, especially those 8-meter circles. The rhythm not 100% clear in the walk, so we're likely to see a slightly lower walk mark in the quality marks. Here we have it 7.6 for trot, 6.9 for walk, 7.8 canter, 7.7 submission, 7.7 perspective, technical marks of 66.697, so a total mark there of 71.049%.
Submission 7.7, perspective 7.7, technical score 66.697, and the final result is 71.049. Neem ook de percentages mee. De gemiddelde percentages van de andere juryleden komen uit op een score van 71,049. For Portugal and the Korte of Portugal, Roberto.
Next in we have a combination from Portugal. It is Roberto Brazil, and he rides Victory Prime, a Westphalian stallion by Veneno, and out of Wego-Engelmeyer. Owned and bred by Rupert Herdering. So starting their test now, Roberto Brazil and Victory Prime for Portugal. Oh, that's a shame, just broke into canter there in the medium trot. Lovely uphill horse. Just needs to be careful of the straightness there. I'd like to see the half pass a bit more parallel, slightly quarters leading. Also just lacking a little bit in energy. Needs to watch the rhythm here in the collected walk. Could be much more over the back. And you want to see the horses taking a really clear stretch down and out into a steady, secure contact. Again, here in the trot, same with the walk. Just needs to watch the rhythm of the trot in the lateral work, especially. Lost a bit of the balance on the 8-meter circle. Bit of tension there in the medium canter down the long side. Again, quite tense through the canter pirouette. Just generally the canter could be a little bit more forward, have a bit more jump. Again, just losing the suppleness over the back. Slightly better in the second canter pirouette. First time he just kind of stopped up and then rushed round in the pirouette. That one had slightly better balance. Could still be improved on for sure. Get a bit of swinging in the canter flying changed after the half pass. Nearly lost the canter going into the extended canter on the diagonal. So there we have Roberto, Brazil, and victory prime for Portugal.
Was uit Portugal, Roberto, Brazil, and victory prime. Stallion by
Unfortunately, just had that break in the first medium trot, and at times lost the rhythm in the trot and some of the lateral work. The canter was definitely the strongest pace for sure. Just could have had a little bit more jump. Just suffered with a bit of tension, and he really held that in the back today, which unfortunately just meant that he didn't get his best work.
Roberto, Brazil, trot 6.0. Walk 5.9.
Seems a nice willing horse though. Just needs to work on the suppleness over the back. So trot 6, walk 5.9, canter 7, submission 6.3, and perspective 6.4. So a total of 61.645%, technical marks of 60.090.
Beerling from Australia will be the next starter with Vianne.
Next up we have Hope Beerling, and she rides Vianne. A mare by Vitalis. Dam sire is Ramiro's Boob, owned by Norcodia USA and bred by Catherine Haddad.
Aha, a start for American Hanoverian Society.
An American bred horse ridden by an Australian rider. Nice expression already in this trot work. Very big, imposing horse. Super cadence in the trot work. Could just have been a little bit more engaged, had a bit more push from the hind leg in the extended trot. Bit of a miscommunication just before the half pass, but lovely reach. Nice bend through the body. Good rhythm there in the collected walk. Showing fairly good ground cover. Just have a little bit more freedom through the shoulder. I'd also like to see a bit more of a stretch in the extended walk. But nice to see the horse not curling under. Really super reaches in those half passes. Lovely and uphill in this canter, plenty of ground cover. Kept the activity fairly nicely in the canter pirouette, but just was a little bit tight and a little bit too short in the neck. Keeping the straightness well in that change on the centre line. Beautifully uphill in the changes. Just generally a really nice quality canter. Great ability to collect. Canter pirouette slightly large. Some nice steps in the extended canter. For me, it just looked like the balance went a little bit onto the forehand at the end of that extended canter. A lovely job, very well ridden from Hope Beerling, riding Vianne.
For the Korte of the United States of America, Hope Beerling and Vianne, mare by Vitalis and Ramiro's Bube.
Beautifully ridden. Really, really lovely horse. Lovely relaxation through the test. Super work, especially in the trot and the canter. Nice activity through the test. Covered the ground beautifully. Just could have had a little bit more in the extended trot. Unfortunately, they had the break as well going into the first half pass. Very clear rhythm in all three paces. Trot 8.6, walk 8, canter 8.7, submission 8.2, perspective 8.6, technical marks of 70.267, and total of 77.234%. So into the lead there for Hope Beerling and Vianne.
Average of 70.267. Then the technical total and the final result together makes a score of 77.234.
You can take part in our spectator judging by downloading the app, along with our expert panel.
So the first results are the quality totals of the judges at C and at E. Then we have the technical total of the judges of H and B, and then the final results. For Germany, Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton, another stallion by
Next up, it is Nicole Wego-Engelmeyer, and she rides this Hanoverian stallion by DiMaggio, Damsire Benetton Dream FRH, owned by Maria Theresa Voll, and bred by Silk Grunewald, representing Germany today. So it is Nicole Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton. Nice steps in the extended trot. Clearly tracking up there. Just had a little bit more balance on the hind leg in the 8-meter circle. Rhythm in the collected walk. Really nice activity. Good ground cover in the extended walk. Unfortunately, just shaking his head. So a little bit unsteady there, but actually into a really lovely frame in the extended walk. ridden into the shoulder in. Plenty of cadence in the trot work. Nice and uphill into the canter. Big ground covering canter. Lovely collection coming into the canter pirouette. Plenty of push from the hind leg in those changes. Covers the ground really nicely in this canter work. The only thing that they could improve on is those canter pirouettes. Just need a little bit more of an uphill tendency. But the half passes and the changes are really nicely balanced. Plenty of ground cover there as well in the extended canter. Could have just been a little bit braver. Super job from Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton.
Wego-Engelmeyer, Diaton, waar die macho en Benetton Dream. Hannoveraanse hengst.
Really super test.
Diaton.
3 really quality paces. A spectacular walk, really good in the rhythm in the walk. Taking such a lovely stretch. Nice and active and elastic in the trot work. Fairly well balanced as well. Spectacular ground cover in the canter work. Really big changes. Plenty of air time in those as well. So we just wait for the score to come through.
Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for young horses. We have the official score. Trot 8.9. Walk 9.3.
So trot 8.9, walk 9.3, canter 8.8 for also submission, 9.3 for perspective, and into the lead with 83.057%, technical marks of 75.714. New score to beat. Spectators rewarded 80.68%. Also had her in the lead.
Publiek score 80,680. Spectator score 80.680. U zat iets onder het resultaat van de officiële juryleden. U was een beetje zuinig met de cijfers. We gaan naar Zweden. Voor Zweden, Vendela, Eriksdotter, Rubin.
Next up we have for Sweden, Vendela, Eriksdotter, Rubin and Diploid. It's a Swedish warm blood gelding by Hasselhoff Donkey Boy. Damsire is Topash. Owner is Stockholm Ridsport. And the breeder is Lena Nystrom. They competed last year in the 6-year-old final. finishing 12th with a score of 8.04 points. So it is for Sweden, Belinda, Eriksdotter, Rubin and Diploid. Some fairly nice steps, could just have extended the frame a little bit more. Very elegant horse. Really light-footed. Nice fluency through the movements. Just at times looks like he could get a little bit short in the neck. Nice activity in the collected walk. Could just see a bit more relaxation. I see the horse a little bit more supple over the back. Nice over track. Better relaxation here in the extended walk. Lovely in the rhythm as well. Again, there in the half pass and the trot, some really nice steps. He just looks like he holds himself in the back a little bit at times, so you'd like to see that a little bit softer. But really super cadence in the trot. And again, straight away uphill into the canter. Just have a little bit more jump in the canter. Could carry a little bit more through the hind leg. Again, there at times just getting a little bit tight and a little bit short in the neck. Plenty of expression in the changes. The second two better than the first one, but again just getting a little bit tense and a little bit tight in the frame. that just shows as well in those canter pirouettes. He just braces a little bit. Would like to see more softness over the top line. The quality of the work is definitely there though. Super steps in the extended canter. Really covering the ground beautifully. So there we have it for Diploid and Valenda Eriksdotter Rubin representing Sweden. A really lovely quality horse.
From Sweden.
Really super in all three paces, kept that lovely tempo, really good rhythm throughout, nice and elastic in the trot work, very balanced in the canter work. Just at times you could just see him holding himself over the back, and that just, for me, it affected the overall submission and the suppleness.
Official score from the judges at C and E.
And it's an 8 for the trot, a 7.7 for the walk, an 8.7 for the canter, 8.8 for submission, and 8.7 for perspective. Into second place with technical marks of 72.678 and overall marks of 78.24%.
So the final result, second position, 78.240. Mooie tweede plaats, 78,240. Voor de Frans met de naam nummer 6, Charlotte Chalvignac avec Diamonds Diva.
Next up is Charlotte Chalvignac. She rides Diamonds Diva, a Westphalian mare by Diamond Hit and Rockford.
And then Chalvignac.
And there is Helena Bodlinger and SCEA Chalvignac Vissen.
Charlotte Chalvignac, Diamonds Diva.
Representing France, Charlotte Chalvignac and Diamonds Diva. It's a bit above the bit there in that first halt. Hurried in the extended trot and quite tight in the neck and over the back as well. I'd like to see much more relaxation. I said in the 5-year-olds yesterday, you're really looking for that balance between power and relaxation, and it's great riding for the power, but if it comes from a place of tightness and tension, then you're going to get that blocking over the back. It's about getting that swing over the back, that suppleness, but keeping that power. A nice stretch in the extended walk. just a little bit limited in the walk. Again, I'd like to see more swing over the back, more freedom of the shoulder. Still quite tight here in the trot work. Good rhythm in the canter. Could just sit a little bit more, especially in those canter pirouettes. Again, similar to the trot, just at times a little bit hurried. And just rather tight over the neck and the back. Is able to really collect in the canter. And maintain the straightness through the change on the centre line. So there we have it for France's Charlotte Chalvignac and Diamond's Diva.
Chalvignac, Diamond's Diva, meerbaar Diamond hits and Rockforts.
A powerful little mare. Just today was quite tight over the back, quite tense. Wow, they are very Larry boots. Just, yeah, rather tight, rather tense through the test. I think hopefully they would have built in confidence from that exposure in the arena today and come back either in the final or the small final and be a little bit more confident. Trot 7.2, walk 6.7, canter 7.4, submission 6.9 and perspective 7.2. Technical marks of 67.589 and overall 69.195 into 5th place.
Position number 5. Second, dan de klassement provisoire. We gaan naar Jennifer Svensson uit Zweden. Als ze worden kort af Sweden, starting Stradivarius. It's a gelding by Sibelius and De Niro, Swedish warmblood owner Jennifer Svensson and the breeder Filippa Magnusson. For Sweden, Jennifer Svensson, Stradivarius.
Next up, it is a combination from Sweden, Jennifer Svensson and Stradivarius. Swedish warm blood, gelding by Sibelius and De Niro. Owned by Jennifer and bred by Philippa Magnusson. They competed here in 2021, finishing 17th and 18th in the 5-year-old qualifier and small final. Really great push from the hind leg, just a little bit wide behind, but tracking up really nicely. Needs a bit more balance through the 8-meter circle. Tight here in the collected walk. A nice stretch. Just a little bit unsettled in the bit. You see the horse just fiddling. Again, could be a bit more supple over the back in the half pass. Really clear in the trot rhythm throughout. Good activity as well. Yeah, wrong bend there in the canter pirouette. That just didn't help her come round the canter pirouette. To see more straightness as well in the flying change on the centre line. Yeah, went into that a lot better. Had the nice right bend going into the canter pirouette. Got a little bit straight towards the end of it, but much better than the canter pirouette to the left. Just needs to watch the self-carriage in the half pass. Lovely uphill tendency through the extended canter. we have it for Jennifer Svensson and Stradivarius.
Sweden, Jennifer Svensson and Stradivarius, gelding by Sibelius and De Niro.
Really nice and active throughout the test.
In his first qualification for 7-year-old horses powered by
Clear in the rhythm in all three paces. Just got a little bit wide behind in the extended trot. Just at times could have been more uphill in the canter work. But really good jump, some nice ground cover. Sometimes just loss of balance in some of the lateral work in the trot as well. There you can see him just stepping a bit wide behind in the extended trot. But plenty of presence, lovely expression in some of the trot work. And there she just lost the bend to the left in that first canter pirouette. Much better in the pirouette to the right.
Trot 7.5.
So trot 7.5, 8.2 for walk, 7.6 for canter, 7.3 for submission, and 7.6 for perspective. Technical marks of 69.822 and 73.111 total score into fourth place.
73,111, vierde plaats voor Jennifer Svensson. Nog 3 combinaties en dan hebben we de prijsuitreiking van de 6-jarige paarden. 3 riders left before the break. In the break werd de prize giving of the 6-year-old horses. Een spectatorscore ziet u ook. U zette Jennifer Svensson op plaats nummer 5 met 72,331. Spectatorscore 72.331. Ietsjes minder dan de officiële juryleden gaven aan het resultaat van de Zweedse combinatie. Rubriek wordt aangeboden door de KNHS en het KWPN, de organisatoren van dit WK. Gastheer zijn dus van dit prachtige wereldkampioenschap samen verenigd op het Nationaal Epicentrum hier in Ermelo. En dit WK is natuurlijk het ultieme sport- en vakkernij-evenement van het jaar.
Next up, we have a combination from Germany. It is Annika, Korte and Beerling. It's a Westphalian mare by Benicio out of First Whirlham, owned by Otto Hoffer and breeder Zichtmeidenstadt Chalvignac.
For the Korte of Germany, Beerling, Annika, Korte.
So down the centre line now for Germany, it's Annika, Korte and Beerling. Really nice and active in this trot. Some nice steps in the extended trot. Lovely and light-footed in the trot work. Just at times the balance becomes a little bit unsteady and affects the contact. Through the shoulder in the collected walk. Slightly better here in the extended walk. Could have more over track in the walk, but really lovely and relaxed. Lovely and soft over the back through the trot work. A little bit quick in the second half of the pirouette. Just needs to watch the balance. The first half showed great promise though. Needs to be careful the half passes and quarters leading there at the beginning. Yeah, losing a bit of the straightness in the changes. Would have liked to have seen them a little bit more fluent as well. Of course, we are seeing them at the start of this level. So the canter pirouettes aren't quite what we would see from an established small tour horse, same as with these flying changes. Super steps in the extended canter. So finishing up there, it is Annika Korte and Beerling for Germany.
From Germany, the number 8 in this first qualification for 7-year-old horses.
A really
Annika,
lovely
Korte
mare,
and Beerling.
big and powerful, lots of expression.
And first, Vianne.
Great active rhythm in the trot work. Impressive extended trot. Just a bit of tension, especially in the collected walk. Would like to see more freedom through the shoulder in that. But again, a clear walk rhythm, and then in the canter, lovely and uphill. Again, very rhythmical. Just could have been a little bit more through the body in those changes and in the canter pirouettes. 8.7 for the trot, 7.4 for walk, 8.4 for canter, 7.5 for submission, 8.2 for perspective, technical marks of 72.767 and a total score of 76.584 into fourth place.
Vierde plaats, Annika, Korte en Beerling scoorden vandaag 76,584. Voor Luxemburg, Christine Muller en DSP Big Bang. It's a gelding bij Bonkeur en Quadroneur. DSP, Duitse Sportpferd. Order Jens Torsen en de breeder Dr. Frank Krakov. Under the quota of Luxemburg, Christine Muller, DSP Big Bang.
So in now, it is for Luxembourg, Christine Muller. She rides DSP Big Bang. DSP gelding by Boncoeur out of Wego-Engelmeyer, owned by Jens Thorsten and bred by Dr. Frank Kalko. They competed in the 5-year-old World Championships here a few years ago. Finished 30th in the first qualifier and 9th in the small final. So it is Christine Muller and DSP Big Bang for Luxembourg. Really nice to see them lengthening the frame there in the extended trot. Could have shown a slightly clearer transition back into the collected trot after the extended. Yeah, just at times I'd like to see a bit more self-carriage, especially on that 8-meter circle. Really lovely into the shoulder in. Very active in the walk. Needs a bit more relaxation. Yeah, still needs more relaxation here in the extended walk. Just a little bit tight. Good ground cover here in the canter. Plenty of airtime in the medium. Nice there in the canter pirouette. Kept the activity well. nicely centered. Just at times in this canter work, she is losing a bit of the uphill tendency. The weight's just a little bit more on the shoulder. Lovely changes. Plenty of push from the hind leg in those. Very well ridden. Just lost a little bit of the balance in that canter pirouette. Really lovely fluency in this canter work. Seems to find those flying changes very easy. We'll definitely be seeing them moving up the levels and finding it easy to do those 2s and 1s that are required at the Grand Prix. It is Christine Muller and DSP Big Bang for Luxembourg.
The number 9 in his first qualification for 70-year-old horses.
A lovely test. Just would like to have seen a bit more relaxation in the walk. Just got quite tight. Lovely rhythm in the trot and the canter. Just lacking a little bit of uphill tendency in the canter work. Could have had a little bit more sit in those canter pirouettes. Trot 7.8, walk 6.9, 8 for the canter and submission. 7.8 for perspective into 5th place with 74.036%.
And the final result, the 5th position, 74.036. Van onder de 5e plaats voor Christine Muller en DSP Big Bang. Eindresultaat 74,036. Voor de break nog 1 combinatie te gaan. Nog even de spectatorscore noemen. 76,473. U zat dit keer wat hoger dan de officiële jury. Suzanne Bardo from Denmark, starting Atoften's Dancing Memory. And that's the gelding waar Era Dancing Hit en Benetton Dream Dennis Warmbloed. Owned by Asmus Munkebo Hansen and the breeder Annette Boege and Klaus Hansen.
The combination for Denmark is Suzanne Barno, and she rides Atoften's Dancing Memory. A Danish Warmblood, a gelding by Era Dancing Hit, out of a Benetton Dream FRH mare. Owned by Asmus Munenko Hansen and bred by Annette Boege og Klaus Hansen. Just stepped out in that first hold. Some nice steps in the extended trot. Just the nose creeping a little bit behind the vertical. see that pole at the highest point in the nose, a little bit more out in front. Nice clear rhythm in the collected walk. Lovely activity. Could just have a little bit more over track there in the walk, but lovely relaxation. Just at times gets a little bit quick in the tempo in the trot work. Just also saw his tongue popping out there, so some problems with the contact in the half pass. Same here in the canter, just dropping that pole so he becomes a little bit behind the vertical. Let's see more self-carriage and more sitting there in the canter pirouette. Lovely expressive flying change. Kept the straightness well. She's got a very big smile on her face throughout this test, which is really lovely to see. First change was a little bit flat, definitely better with the second two, much more uphill. Yeah, you'd want to see the horse sitting a lot more for those canter pirouettes. Quite modest in the extended canter. She definitely could have gone for that a little bit more. And that big smile continues. She looks very, very happy, and so she should be, with the lovely Atoftens dancing memory. It is Suzanne Bardo. Really lovely work, especially in the trot, really lovely and light. Just at times in the trot and the canter was a little bit high in the tempo.
Nou, altijd even spannend, dames en heren. Zo dadelijk op het Longines-scherm de punten.
Extended walk was pretty nice. Just needed to collect more coming into those canter pirouettes to keep the sitting and uphill tendency. It's got a little bit flat. You can see there, just a little bit quick in the tempo. And also at times did come behind the vertical, so you'd like to see a bit more self-carriage. 8.3 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 7.7 for canter, 7.2 submission, and 7.8 for perspective. Technical marks of 70.447, so a total of 74.024%, and into 6th place. So we are going to take a short break now, but you can join us back in just a few moments' time. The next rider is coming in at 4:30. It is a combination for Great Britain, and we will see the next 9 riders after the break. But here's our official standings at the moment. Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton 3 in the lead, 83.057%. So remember, top 12 automatically qualifying through to the final. 40 horses coming forward in this class today.
Zeer snel weer starten bij de 7-jarige paarden, dus die zal afwezig blijven hier bij de prijsuitreiking. We doen er even heel rustig aan. Zijn jonge paarden, dus al die muziek, dat maakt ze nog een beetje pittiger dan normaal. Dus doe er even rustig aan wanneer zo dadelijk Charlotte Maria Schuurman, die eindigde met Lifetime op een hele mooie 8e plaats, binnen gaat komen. Zet de muziek nog niet al te hard, maar even wachten met het applaus. Altijd afwachten hoe die jonge paarden reageren. Moeten nog veel leren. Prijzen uitgereikt, dames en heren, door de chairman of the organizing committee, Hidde Frankena, namens de internationale jury, Andrea Sangiori. Beste 8 verwachten we binnen. Zoals ze zeggen, Leonie Richter, 2 keer in die top 8 met Vitalos, 7e. En met In My Mind op een gedeelde 5e plaats. Maar Leonie Richter komt zo dadelijk in de volgende groep alweer aan de start. En dan gaan we heel rustig aan beginnen. Nog even geen applaus, dames en heren. Muziek iets zachter. Voor de nummer 8, Charlotte Maria Schuurman, dartstand Lifetime. Die zal als eerste hier binnenkomen. De paarden rustig houden, ook bij zo'n prijsuitreiking. Dennis Noorderweert, onze ringmeester, staat daar bij de ingang. Rustige binnenkomst. Die hele mooie hengst, Lifetime. Livaldon, Furstenbal. Gefokt door Johannes Hesseling. In bezit van Domus Egus Liebner met Charlotte Maria Schuurman. At position number 8 with a wonderful result, 85.2. Laat zich super zien hier. Dat is nummer 5, Charlotte Tolhoff, Duitsland, Galerias van Bayo. Powered by first Vinizano Volkentanz. Score 87.2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for the number 5, Charlotte Tolhoff, Germany. Journey Superman by Galerias Vincent Maranello and Destano. Platz nummer 4, Superman, Beatrice Landbogge, Duitsland. Prachtige prestatie. Dit was de nummer 4 Oldenburg Rijs, de Superman. En nu de top 3. Three best riders of the first qualification for 6-year-old horses presented by Provincie Gelderland. They're entering now the main arena. Zwingmeester Richard, dames en heren, kom binnen. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear you for Sweden, Gianna Hockberg, B. Alex. Sarah Hockberg, Dolly, the breeders Eva and Bob Patterson. Owners, Henrik Horses, Janet Hockberg Dressage, Vesta Holly Scooter. Second for Denmark, Dennis Wandel, Lingers en Paris. By Broer, Sancho, Broer, Zwakkeveller. Breeder Bente Börjesson, Orde Valentin Dressage, and for Oaks and the rider Victoria Valentin for Denmark. And third, Mauro Jurgenhorst, KWBN Royal Dutch Sport Horse, stallion by Zonika Nego. Jan Geven, the breeder, and the owners, Racing Horses, Stoeterheim Turfhorst, and the rider, Jinja van Lieren. With a lovely score, 89.6, the winner of the competition for Sweden, J. Anna Hockberg and B. Alex. Congratulations! Hulde van de Hidde Frankena, Chairman Organizing Committee. Mr. Hidde Frankena will present the first prize to Gianna Hockberg from Sweden. Naast de internationale jury Adriaan Hamon en ons mede betrokken bij de huldiging van de topcombinaties in de provincie Gelderland-Prijs. Last year the golden medal, now a wonderful second position. Longines, St. Paris and Victoria Valentin for Denmark. 89.4 the result. At the third place, ladies and gentlemen. We hebben een fotomomentje natuurlijk naast de winnende combinatie van de vorig jaar bij de 5-jarige paarden. Gaan we nu naar de nummer 3. Prachtige derde plaats, 88,2. Mooie cijfers voor Dinja van Lieren en de KWPN-hengst de Mauro Jurgenhorst. Hidde Frankena, Chairman, Organizing Committee, and on behalf of the international judges, Adriaan Hamon, here present at the prize giving. Geweldige ondersteuning van de provincie Gelderland. Foto's zijn gemaakt. De leden van het protocol nemen hun positie weer in. En Richard, onze ringmeester, zal het sein geven om af te leiden voor de ereronde. The lap of honor and the winner from Sweden, B. Alex by Ampere Dalwini, Swedish Warmblood, and the Swedish rider, Gianna Hockberg. We're on the fence from Sweden. We're on the fence from Denmark for Victoria Valentin. And we're on the fence from the Netherlands, Dinja van Lieren. The winner takes it all. B. Alex, Ampere Dalwini. Longines, St. Paris, Mauro Jurgenhorst. Ladies and gentlemen, a little bit louder. Let's hear you for the one and only winner, Vianne. Nogmaals, dank aan de geweldige support van de provincie Gelderland. Ze gaan zo dadelijk weer verder met de eerste kwalificatie. 7-jarige paarden, aangeboden door de KNS en het KWPN. We zijn zo dadelijk bij de nummer 11. Uit Groot-Brittannië Laura Tomlinson en Full Moon. Few minutes left and then we will start again.
But you know how to make me feel alive. Get me speechless, I get weak in all our silent conversations. Cause words don't speak the language of your eyes. Every touch you got me like an ecstasy. Every time I fall off, you're the remedy. Ain't no other place that I would rather wanna be. Cause you know you got, you know you got. Top, got me in trouble, can't get enough of that crazy love. Got that crazy love, and just don't let it stop. Got me addicted, never enough of that crazy love.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure the following date is in your agenda. The collection of the KWPN online 3 and 4 years old auction will be online on the 7th of August. Bidding starts on Friday the 11th of August and closes on Monday the 14th of August. It promises to be a beautiful collection with several national mare champions in the collection. Watch the collection on kwpn.auction. We gaan weer beginnen.
Welcome back after the break. You may have just caught the prize giving for the 6-year-old class that we watched this morning. But now we move on to part 2 of this 7-year-old first qualifier. We have in now a combination for Great Britain. It is Laura Tomlinson. She rides Full Moon the second. First in ball, OLD Galding out of IPS Garibaldi, owned by Laura and Ursula Bechtelsteimer and bred by Dr. W. Bechtelsteimer. So it is Laura Tomlinson and Full Moon second. Big, strong, powerful horse. Just lost the rhythm there in the extended trot. Lots of nice cadence in the trot work. Shows a great ability to really be able to sit. You could really see that in that transition down into the walk where the horse really came up in the back. And I think there's going to be a really nice piaffe passage in there. Needs to be careful of the rhythm there in the collected walk. Doesn't show much over track in the extended walk, unfortunately. Just a bit of tension as well creeping in. Lovely reach in the half pass. Very difficult to get these really big horses around those small 8-meter circles. A real test for their balance and their self-carriage. A little bit tight in the back in the transition and in that medium canter. Good in the flying change. Just generally in the canter, just holding himself a little bit in the back. I like to see much more suppleness over the top line. Really be able to see him come up a little bit more, have a bit more ground cover in the canter, have a bit more jump as well. It's just looking a little bit flat and a little bit tight, but you can see it's all in there. It just needs to be unlocked. Well corrected by Laura there, or just changed together behind. Better change there on the centre line, maintaining that straightness. Again, there you can just see the tightness coming in, and he's kind of bracing himself as he comes back at K. Down to finish the test, it is Laura Tomlinson and Full Moon the second for Great Britain. Just a bit of tension getting in their way today, especially in the canter work. Was just a bit tight over the back, and you can see that there's plenty there, lots of promise. If she can just get him a little bit supple over the back in the canter. But some really nice work in the trot. Needed to watch the rhythm in the collective walk much better in the extended walk. Lovely reach in those half passes. Again, I think one that will benefit from coming back in the arena for that small final. Hopefully you can come back just a little bit more relaxed.
And now we have the official score.
So the score is 7.6 for trot, 5.5 for walk, 7.6 canter, 7.5 for submission, and 7 for perspective. A total mark of 68.572 technical, and into ninth was 69.486%.
Dat lukt even niet. En ik kan het op het scherm net niet zien. Daar ziet u het technische percentage. Dan komt het eindpercentage in beeld. What will be the final results? 69.486 and position number 9 for Laura Tomlinson, Great Britain for
we have a combination from the Netherlands. It is Tamar Vestra, and she rides Hexagons Luxurious. A stallion by Johnson Tien out of a San Remo mare. KWPN is owned by Stal Hexagon and Tamar herself, and bred by W. Plum.
Luxurious.
Competed here in 2021 in the 5-year-old final and picked up a bronze medal. That was with his previous rider, Benedict Pal. Sorry, he didn't pick up a bronze medal. He was third in the small final, which qualified him for the final, and finished 15th in that. So down the centre line now for the Netherlands, it is Tamar Vestra and Hexagons Luxurious. Short in the neck in the extended trot on the diagonal. We want to see not only the stride length extend, but also the frame. It's just looking a little bit tight in this trot work. You can see in that 8-meter circle, it's just coming against her in the bit a little bit. Good activity in the walk, and just a little bit tense. Needs to take that stretch out a little bit more. Very active, would like to see a bit more relaxation. Bit of anticipation up to the canter. Super reach in the half passes. Again, I think this is going to be a horse that's going to really do well in the Piaffe Passage work. You can see elements there. Just needs to be a little bit softer over the top line and be able to take that nose out a little bit, just a bit tight in the neck. Plenty of power in the medium trot. Again, just needed to lengthen the frame in the medium. Quite a bit of tension there in the canter pirouette. He looks like he's getting hotter and hotter as this test goes on. Again, losing the suppleness over the back in the change. Just again braced himself behind the saddle. Very big uphill changes. And I'm going to say it again, tighten the neck. Yeah, he really shows a great talent for being able to sit in the canter, which I think is going to help him progress up through those levels. Just needs to be more over the back in the trot and the canter work. Coming up to finish their test is Tamar Vestra and Hexagon's Luxurious.
Team NL, Tamar Vestra,
A very, very talented horse. Definitely shows some talent for the future. But just the whole way through the test, short and tight in the neck, which is such a shame. If she could just get a little bit more throughness, a little bit more suppleness over the back, those marks would rocket up. Really lovely rhythm in the trot and the canter. And definitely shows promise. But just that tension getting in the way today.
Trots 8.3.
So it is 8.3 for the trot, 8.1 for the walk, 7.9 for canter, 6.8 submission, 7.7 perspective. Into fifth place was 74.202, technical marks of 70.803.
74.202. 74,202 en daarmee in het tussenklassement een voorlopige vijfde plaats voor Tamar Vestra. Hexagons Luxurious. Next rider representing Spain, also for the Korte of Spain, Juan Antonio Jimenez Cobo. Starting Xo Giraldez Moore, Cestelia Peking Moore, and Garcho Moore, PRE Pura Raza Española. The owner and breeder Abelardo Morales Puron.
Next into the arena, it is Juan Antonio Jimenez Cobo, and he rides Exo Giraldez Moore. It's a PRE stallion by Pekin Moore out of Guacho Moore, owned and bred by Abelardo Morales Puron. Competed here as a 5-year-old, finishing 36th in the qualifier and 28th in the small final. Is Juan Antonio Jimenez Cobo and Exo Giraldez Moore for Spain. Could have shown some more lengthening in the extended trot there. Just needed more from behind. Again, I'd like to see a bit more bend through the body in this trot work. Lost the positioning of the half pass. A bit better there in the shoulder in. Tense here in the collective walk. Needs to be much more relaxed. Better there towards the end. You can see a slightly clearer rhythm. Could take the stretch out a bit more in the extended walk. Again, they're the same in the half pass to the right. Just want to see more positioning. You see then the balance being lost on the 8-meter circle. Plenty of air time in the canter, but again quite tight. Oh dear. Some problems there in the canter pirouette. Didn't have the correct bend in the pirouette. And then lots of resistance. That's going to really pull his quality mark down as well because of the submission. Again, the same in the canter half pass, no real half pass positioning. Change together behind in the first one and just a little bit short behind in the other two. Yeah, I mean, it was obviously better than the first one, but it was still lacking the bend through the body in the canter pirouette. Better positioning here in the half pass to the left. So coming up to finish the test, it is Juan Antonio Jimenez Cobo and XO Geraldez Moore representing Spain.
From Spain, Juan Antonio Jimenez Cobo, so Geraldez Moore, the stallion by Peking Moore, Gangsho Moore. Ingeschreven in het PRE.
So just a few too many mistakes in this test today, unfortunately. Again, coming from a place of tightness,
Ook hier een groot deelnemersveld, 40 combinaties bij de 7-jarige paarden. We gaan nu naar de official score.
6.7 for trot, 6 for the walk, 5.8 for the canter, 4.8 for submission, and 6 for perspective. Into 13th place with 59.434%, technical marks of 60.2.
Technical 60.268. En de final result 59.434. 59,434 is de eindscore voor de combinatie uit Spanje. Rubriek aangeboden door de KNS en het KWPN bij de organisatoren van dit prachtige wereldkampioenschap. Samen verenigd hier op het Nationaal Hippiecentrum in Ermelo. Met dit WK als het ultieme sport- en fokkerij-evenement van het jaar.
Next up it is Helen Melson, and she is riding Peekaboo. This is a Swedish warm-blood gelding by Negro. Dam sire is Breyer, owned by Anne Ligby and Helen herself, and the breeder is Kerstin Binderkras.
For the Korte of Sweden.
Helen is from Denmark and riding for Sweden. So it is Helen Milson and Peekaboo representing the Swedish Stubbook. A little bit hurried in the extended trot. Let's see a bit more self-carriage through the 8-metre circle. Good positioning in the half pass and the shoulder in though. Rhythm there in the collected walk. Good relaxation in the extended walk. Just have a bit more over track there. Nice in the stretch. Losing a bit of bend to the left. And again there in the shoulder in, losing a bit of the throughness to the left. Again, slightly hurried in the medium canter, losing the self-carriage as well. Yeah, losing a bit of the throughness, but actually kept the activity really nicely through the canter pirouette. Just a little bit hollowing in the back. You can definitely see that there's plenty of promise in this canter work. Again, could just do with a bit more self-carriage through that line, but nicely done. Some good changes, really on the rider's aids. Again, hollowing in the canter pirouette. Bend through the half pass to the left. Coming down to finish the test, it is Helen Melson and Piccabo for Sweden.
Denmark. Helene Melson, Picabo. Side by Negro and Briar, Swedish warm bloods. Under the Korte of Sweden.
Some nice work through the test, really active in the trot work. Just at times through the trot and the canter, could have seen a bit more self-carriage. Really clear in the rhythm though in all three paces. A bit of hollowing in the canter pirouette, which was a shame.
Voor de dames en heren, dit wereldkampioenschap Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship. Here's the official score.
And here's the score, 7.7 for the trot, 7.3 for the walk and the canter, 7.6 for submission and perspective. Technical marks of 17.357 and the total score of 72.679% into ninth place.
And the average 72.679, position number 9 in the ranking. Eindscore 72,679. Al brengt Helene Melsen en Picabo op een 9e plaats. Spectatorscore 72,597. U zat daar heel dichtbij als publiek. For Germany, Isabell Werth en Vianne.
So next in is Vianne, ridden by Isabell Werth. A stallion by Venino out of Fiedertan's mare. Hanoverian is owned by Madeline Winterschulz and bred by Roger Bullman. So it is Isabell Werth and Vianne. Nice entry. Very powerful horse. Tracking up well in the extended trot. Lots of elasticity in the trot. Had a bit more crossing in the half pass. Looking quite tight here in the collected walk. Want to see much more relaxation. And a bit limited here in the walk, just about tracking up. Want to see much more ground cover in the walk, much more freedom of the shoulder. Maintaining that lovely uphill tendency throughout the trot work. Just at times it becomes a little bit unsteady in the contact. Might just seem a bit more positioning through the shoulder in. That looks like a bit more neck bend. Be careful of keeping the rhythm through the canter pirouette. Lovely there in the canter half pass. But then again becomes a little bit unsteady in the contact as she hits the centre line. Needs to really work on the self-carriage there. Lots of expression through the changes. Yeah, again there, first two steps were good and then she loses the rhythm of the canter. He just blocked her going into the canter pirouette. Plenty of power in the extended canter. So there we have it for Isabell Werth and Vianne.
From Germany, Isabell Werth,
Very big, powerful horse. I mean, we know this lady can produce horses. She's produced so many up through the levels. medalled on multiple horses through Olympics, Worlds and European Championships. Just for me, the trot was a little bit unsteady in the contact at times, but showed beautiful rhythm, very clearly uphill, and good active hind legs.
Vianne, Isabell Werth, Duitsland.
Needed to be careful of the rhythm in the walk. Didn't really overtrack in the walk at all. And then the canter was a lovely active 3-beat canter, again nice and uphill. Just at times lost a bit of the self-carriage. I had problems in those canter pirouettes.
Official score.
And here are the scores: 9 for the trot, 6.5 for the walk, 9 for the canter, 8 submission, and 8.4 for perspective. Technical marks at 75. So she goes into second place with 78.4%.
Walk 6.5. Canter 9.0, submission 8.0, perspective 8.4, technical results 75%, and the final result 78.4 and a second position. 78,4 van op de tweede plaats voor Isabell Werth en Vianne.
Spectators thought she deserved a little bit lower. They had her in 4th place with 77%.
Next to go from Switzerland, and for the Korte of Switzerland, Charlotte Rogerson, starting the KWPN stallion Lamour.
So next in, we have a rider and a horse from Switzerland. It is Charlotte Rogerson and Lamour. KWPN stallion by Grand Galaxy win out of the San Remo mare. Owned by James Rogerson and bred by JWJM Janssen. So for Switzerland, it is Charlotte Rogerson and Lamour. Some nice steps in the extended trot. Lovely and light-footed. Just have a little bit more bend through the body in the trot half pass. And develop a bit more self-carriage in that 8-metre circle. To be careful of the rhythm in the collected walk. Again, a bit limited here in the walk. I'd like to see much more over track. Needs to be much softer over the back. Losing the self-carriage again there in the trot half pass, just dropping the pole. Some nice steps in the medium canter. Really good ground covering canter. Again, a little bit unsteady in the contact here coming into the canter pirouette. Nice and straight through the changes. Oh, some problems there. Yeah, slightly better in the canter pirouette to the right. Just was sitting a little bit more than the pirouette to the left. Quite modest there in the extended canter. Would have liked to have seen much more difference, and just was a little bit flat. So coming up to finish their test, it is Charlotte Rogerson and Lotte Moore representing Switzerland.
Enthousiaste applaus gaf weer aan de Charlotte Rogerson uitkomend voor
Some nice
Zwitserland.
work through the test.
Lamour, zoon van Galaxy Win.
Nice active trot. Just a little bit unsteady in the contact sometimes. Could have had a bit more self-carriage, especially in those 8-meter circles and the half passes.
Kwalificatie aangeboden door de KNS en het KWPN. Official score.
Would have liked to have seen him a bit more over the back in the walk. And a good rhythm in the canter. 8.2 for the trot, 7.2 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 7.3 submission, 7.8 perspective, into 11th with 72.652.
Position number 11. 11e plaats, eindscore 72,652. Het was uit Zwitserland Charlotte Rogerson en Lamour. Next to go for Germany, also
next up we have a combination for Germany. It is our 6-year-old world champion from last year, Leonie Richter, and global player OLD.
Galaxy Win in this combination after each other. Grand Galaxy Win combined with Blue Horse Don Schufro. Ingeschreven in het stamboek van Oldenburg. In bezit van Hengsthaltung.
Global player OLD is a Oldenburg stallion by Grand Galaxy Win and Blue Horse Don Schufro. Owned by Schockenmoller Helgestrand and bred by Henrik Hansen. And it's a 6-year-old. They scored a huge 97.6% to take that gold medal. They're clearly the favourites in this 7-year-old championship as well. So let's see what they can do today. Last year they scored a 9.8 for the trot, 9.5 for the walk and the canter, and a 10 for both the submission and the overall perspective. It is Leonie Richter and global player OLD. Great push from the hind leg in the extended trot. Super reach in the half pass. Nice balance through the lateral work in the trot. Slightly varying rhythm in the collective walk. Good over track here, really nicely walking through the body, super stretch. I said earlier about having that relaxed power, and that is something that Leonie is demonstrating beautifully with this horse. Really nicely through the body, can really move over his back. And that's the relaxation that we're looking for in the arena, but with that expression, with that elasticity and the power that is also being looked for by the judges. A little bit flat through the canter pirouette. Could have maintained more of an uphill tendency. Lovely fluency through the changes. Just fell out of the canter in that first step of the canter pirouette. Careful that's not quarters leading in the half pass to the left. they're coming down to finish their test. It is Leonie Richter and global player OLD. They were 6-year-old world champions, actually ridden by Ava Muller last year. But a really, really super job from this pair. Also picked up a bronze medal as a 5-year-old as well. That was in 2021. But this is going to be a very impressive score, that's for sure. Lovely and balanced through the work. Just that one mistake in the second canter pirouette where they lost the rhythm in the canter. Really lovely and supple. Showed great reach in the trot half passes. Definitely a horse that we're going to be seeing more of in the future.
Spannende momenten, dames en heren. Wanneer komt het resultaat? De official score is there.
And it is a 9.4 for the trot, 9.3 for the walk, 8.6 for the canter, 7.7 for submission, and 9.3 for perspective. Well and truly in the lead there with 83.184%.
77.767. And the final result in the lead, 83.184.
Very close from the spectators, 82.837. Also in the lead.
Plaats nummer 1. Eindpercentage 83,184. We hebben er voor de break nog 3 te gaan. We hebben straks een iets langere pauze. Overigens, spectator judging gaf aan een percentage van 82,837. En ook een eerste plaats gaf u aan Leonie Richter en Global Player. Dus qua plaatsing geen verschil. Nog 3 voor de pauze. 3 riders en dan de 20 minutes break. De volgende pauze zal 20 minuten duren. Maar eerst gaan we kijken naar de Spaanse deelnemer.
Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia, and he is riding Corinto Azores, a PRE stallion by Caracol Azores, and out of Nidium Mare. Owner is Antonio Ruiz Ferdinand, and the breeder is Iguada de Azores. Last year, they competed in the 6-year-old class, finished 38th in the preliminary and 20th in the small final. Very expressive in the extended trot, just needs the hind legs more underneath himself. Miscommunication there in the half pass. And then once it's corrected, just didn't have the right positioning. That's there in the shoulder in. tight here in the walk. Almost jogging. Just about tracking up in the extended walk. Nice in the contact. Just quite tight in the hind leg. Unsteady there in the contact and the move off into trot. Better positioning in the half pass. Just want to see more self-carriage here as well. Losing a bit of the uphill tendency through the medium canter. And also a bit of the rhythm coming back from the medium canter to the collector canter. Bit of a head tilt here in the canter half pass. Just a bit tight in the back generally in the canter. Using a bit of the straightness through the change. Correct 4 time changes. Just needed a little bit more jump. Good bend coming into the canter pirouette. Just needed to keep the fluency around the canter pirouette. Again, they're losing the straightness on the centre line through the change. That's just due to that tightness in the back. Good ground cover in the extended canter. Just losing a bit of the uphill tendency. And there we have it for this combination for Spain. It is Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia and Corinto Azores.
Stallion by Caracol, Azores and Gnidium. The number 18 at the starting order. Zo even, dames en heren, Global Player aan de leiding met Leonie Richter. Het prachtige percentage van 83,1.
Quite a bit of tension in the walk today.
Wat gaat het resultaat worden voor deze combinatie uit Spanje?
Some nice work in the shoulder
Official
in.
score. Trot 6.8, walk 6.2, canter 6.8, submission 7.2.
There we can see the score, 6.8 for the trot, 6.2 for the walk, 6.8 for the canter, 7.2 for submission and 7.4 for perspective. Into 16th place with 67.125%. Technical marks of 66.25.
For Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia. The number 19 from Australia, Alicia Ryan, starting
Combination from
Sonic.
Australia now. It is Alicia Ryan, and she rides Merrick Sonic.
Suzanne Ryan. The number 19, Alicia
And
Ryan.
there by Stradivarius out of a Donoshui mare. Owned and bred by Susan Ryan.
En dat staat voor Hanoverian Horse Society of Australia.
Representing Hanoverian Horse Society of Australia. Great to see so many breeds represented here at this championships. So just 2 more to go before we're halfway through, and we'll just have a little break. But first up, it's Alicia Ryan and Merrick's Sonic. Bit of a head tilt here going into the half pass. Unfortunately, just a bit unsteady in the contact through the half pass and the circle. Activity through the collected walk. Bell's been rung. Because she didn't go at M turn right, at H turn left. And then HSP extended walk. So unfortunately an error of course there. Better in the rhythm in the extended walk. Just losing a bit of the bend through the body and the balance there on the 8-meter circle. And again, there in the shoulder in, much more neck bending than true bend through the body. Like to see it generally a bit more through. Fairly nice in the canter pirouette. Could just sit a little bit more and have a bit more balance. Got a little bit tight going into the flying change on the centre line there. Slightly hollowing through the changes. The activity well through the canter pirouette. Keeping a good rhythm though throughout the canter work. So coming up to finish their test, it is Alicia Ryan and Eriksdotter for Australia.
From Australia, Alicia Ryan en Eriksdotter, Merbar Stedinger en Donner Schwee.
Nice rhythm in the trot and the canter.
Beloning voor het paard, happy athletes.
Would have liked to see a bit more bend through the body in the lateral work. He's lost a bit of the throughness, and that happened as well in those 4-time changes across the diagonal. You can see there, she lost a bit of the throughness. A lot of neck bending.
Zo dadelijk nog één combinatie en dan die pauze van 20 minuten. Prima horeca voor
nice active hind leg though through the canter work.
Here's the official score. Trot 6.9, walk 7.7, canter 7.6, submission 7.3, perspective 7.5.
So there you can see the mark: 6.9 for trot, 7.7 for walk, 7.6 for canter, 7.3 for submission, 7.5 for perspective. So a total score of 69.849%.
4-9. We gaan naar Tommy Visser, België met Quinten Begijnhoeven.
So it's a combination now for Belgium. It is Tommy Visser, and he rides a Belgian warm blood, Quinten Begijnhoeven.
Breeder and owners today Begijnhoeven. The rider
The stallion is by Heroes at Begijnhoeven,
Belgium.
out of a Pharaoh mare, owned and bred by Stradivarius Begijnhoeven. I hope I've pronounced that properly. But our first representative for Belgium today. So Tommy is our 20th to come forward in a total of 40, so halfway through this class. It is Tommy Visser and Quinten Begijnhoeven. Some nice steps. We'd just like to see a bit more push from the hind leg into a more open frame there in the extended trot. Just the neck coming a little bit short in some of this lateral work. Like to see this collective walk more active. Could do with a little bit more over track. Much nicer activity through the extended walk. Again, quite tight in the neck there in the transition back up to trot. Getting a little bit quick in the medium canter, and again very tight in the neck. Like I said earlier, in the extended canter and trot and in the medium trot and canter, you want to see not only the length of stride extend but also the frame, and that didn't really happen. Nice and centered through the canter pirouette. Kept the activity, which was good. Lovely expressive change on the centre line. And again, just a bit tight over the back in those changes. One of the changes a bit late behind as well. Yeah, they show great potential. Really able to sit and take that weight through into the canter pirouette, but again just still tight in the neck. So finishing up now for Belgium, it is Tommy Visser and Quentin Bergenhove. A really lovely horse. Shows great talent, 3 lovely paces. Good rhythm, really nice ground cover in the trot work. Again, nice in the walk. Clear over track in the extended walk, a nice shoulder freedom. Canter was nice in a good rhythm. Trot 8.3, walk 8.1, canter 7.9, submission 8.1, perspective 8.3, technical 70.715, a total score of 76.058, and into 7th place.
7.9, submission 8.1. Perspective 8.3.
Just I kept saying through the whole test, was just too tight in the neck to really be able to reward those higher marks. Just needs to be in better self-carriage with that nose out a little bit more. Just creeping behind the vertical at times. So we are halfway through this first qualification of the 7-year-old horses, and they briefly we saw the official standings. It is Leonie Richter and global player OLD out in the lead with 83.184%. Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton 3 in second place with 83.057, and Isabell Werth and Valdivani with third place of 78.4. So we take a short break now. The next combination will be in the arena at 6:10. I have another 10 horses coming in, and then we'll have a short break again before the final 10 come in. That starts at 22:08. So join us back in around 20 minutes time.
We willen je vertellen over onze magische jaren samen. Over het heden en het verleden.
Ja, hij is snel. Hij is snel. 29, 30, 31.
Ongelooflijk. Ongelooflijk. 2 medailles voor Nederland.
Mede vanwege het feit dat Jeroen en ik gezien werden als dat wij niet de combinatie hadden van ervaring en mentaliteit. En dan dit, dat is mooi.
Ja, dat was een super gevoel op dat moment.
Over het vroege opstaan en als laatste weer terug zijn. Over je frisse blik op koude dagen. En voluit galopperen op uitgestrekte paden. De waardering voor je geduld, je moed en sierlijke kracht. En die zachte bries in onze nek.
He likes to cuddle.
Onze onvoorwaardelijke vriendschap. Soms gevormd in het heetst van de strijd.
Absolutely breathtaking.
Ankie van Gunsen, Chameleon Bonfire in de proef van haar leven.
Ja, hier heb ik gewoon altijd van gedroomd.
Zwevend over obstakels.
Ja! Jeroen Dubbeldown, wereldkampioen!
En dansend door de tijd. Samen strijdend naar succes. En in blind geloof. Onze dromen najagen. Elke stap voorwaarts. Of soms opzij. Een ijzersterke band. Gebouwd op liefde en vertrouwen. De geschiedenis door de jaren heen samen geschreven. En onmisbaar in ons leven. Al 100 jaar samen, onverslaanbaar. Al 100 jaar, samen één.
It's just a little cry, not like I think every time we touch. It's just some little thing, not like everything depends on you. It's just a little cry, not like I think every time we touch. It's just some little thing, not like everything I do depends on you. When I die, I wanna die with my chucks on. Pair of jeans and a shirt with MJ on. I'm gonna die, yes, but I'ma live in style. Time is gold and don't you waste a second. Make the most of everything you get in, 'cause you gonna die too. So best you live in style. All I know is I'm not giving up. I'm gonna go until my time is up. All I know is I'm not giving up. I'm gonna go until my time is up. When I wake up, I'ma look in the mirror. Take a look and see my vision clearer. Oh, I'm gonna give my everything. Went to church the other Sunday morning. Preacher told me put an end to the moaning, 'cause you got a reason, yeah, a reason to live. All I know is I'm not giving up. No, no, no. I'm gonna go until my time is up. Till my time is up. Oh, I'ma keep going on. I'm not giving up. I'ma keep going on. Keep going on. All I know is I'm not giving up. No, no, no. I'm gonna go until my time is up.
Internationale juryleden gaan hun posities weer innemen. Bij C uit Duitsland Henning Leerman en uit Finland Maria Colliander. Voor de Republiek Zuid-Afrika bij E Sharon Rhodes. Bij H uit Spanje Juan Carlos Campos Escribano. Peter Starr, Great Britain at B. Dat zijn de internationale juryleden hier bij deze eerste kwalificatie 7-jarige paarden. Aangeboden door de KNS en het KWP en de organisatoren van dit Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for Young Horses. In de lead, Leonie Richter, Duitsland Global Player, 83.184 the results.
Welcome back after the break to this part 3 of the 7-year-old qualifier for the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here in Ermelo. We've had 20 combinations come forward, and so far out in the lead is Leonie Richter and global player OLD with a score of 83.184%. But next up we have Claudio Castilla, and she is riding Apache V de Bibochen. They're representing France. It's an Oldenburg gelding by Apache out of a Don Federico mare. The owners are Annabelle Moreau and SARL Ecutri Kujar, and the breeder is Els Cormans. They competed last year in the 6-year-old class, finishing 33rd in the first qualifier and 6th in the small final. Scores up to 80.2. So starting the test, it is Claudio Castilla and Apache de Bibochen. This fell out through the left shoulder coming out of that halt. Beautiful, expressive horse, tracking up nicely in the extended trot. Really beautiful steps, very light-footed. Nice there in the bend through the body in the half pass. Keeping the balance well through the 8-meter circle. Losing a bit of activity here in the walk. Just looks a little bit tight over the back. Could have more freedom of the shoulder coming into this extended walk. Again, want to see more of a clear march. Keeping the rhythm okay, but I always think with the walk, you really want to aim towards them like you would going out hacking on a long rein. They're really happy to be out, really marching. And that just looked a little bit laboured. A bit of the balance in the first half of the 8-meter circle, but regained it nicely going into the shoulder in. Lovely transition into the canter. A really nice fluent test so far. Collection coming into the canter pirouette. Just needs to watch the balance coming out of the pirouette. It's hollowing a little bit towards the end of the half pass. Nice correct changes. Better balance coming out of the canter pirouette there. Just needed more energy. It's great to be able to prepare the canter pirouette by bringing it back and getting the horse to sit, but there was a lot of preparation there, and she almost brought him back a little bit too much. In the canter. So coming to the end of the test, it is Claudio Castilla and Apache VD by Boschen. A really, really lovely horse. Very, very expressive, very relaxed in the arena. Lovely harmonious picture between the two.
Apache van de Bibossen. Apache and Don Frederico.
Just at times lost a bit of the activity, especially going into those canter pirouettes, and in the walk. The walk could have been a bit more marching. But some really, really lovely work. Lots to like indeed. It'd be interesting to see what the scores are.
Quality total, 2 juryleden, technical total. We mixen dat door elkaar en komen met het final result.
And here they are, 8.8 for the trot, 6.9 for the walk, 8.2 for canter, 8.8 submission, and 8.4 perspective. Technical marks of 72.59 and total of 77.395 into 5th place.
And a wonderful 5th position, 77.395.
Really, really lovely horse. It was such a pleasure to watch. Just loved the harmony between the two of them. And you loved it too, the spectator score, 78.375 in 3rd. I said earlier about that balance between the power and the harmony, and at times she was lacking a little bit of harmony, but lovely, lovely relaxation.
Spectator score 78.375. U gaf als publiek een resultaat van 78,375, een 3e plaats. Niels Baks rijdt binnen voor Nederland, ook onder het quota van Nederland met de hengst First Lewis.
So next up is a combination for the Netherlands. It is Niels Baks, and he rides First Lewis. It's a KWPN stallion by Ferguson. Down sire is Winton.
Niels Baks for the Netherlands, the number 22.
Owner is Hengstenhouder de Lizaren Man and Martin Baks himself. And the breeder is Van Groesman. So in now for the Netherlands, it is Niels Baks and First Lewis. Huge ground cover in the extended trot, over tracking beautifully. Nice and uphill through the half pass. Just a little bit short in the neck, and there you can see him just dropping the pole slightly. Tension here in the walk. Just verging on jogging through the collective walk. Want to see much more relaxation. Rather limited in the shoulder. It's just restricting the ground cover. Again, rather unsettled in the extended walk. Just holding himself slightly in the back through that line with the half pass and the 8-meter circle with the shoulder in. Want to see more suppleness over the back. Again, great ground cover in the medium canter. That lovely uphill tendency through into the canter. Unfortunately, had a short change there after the canter pirouette. Just late behind. Yeah, fairly nice changes. The last one was just a little bit flat. The first two were nice and expressive. Yeah, didn't quite prepare enough for that canter pirouette. Just lost a bit of the throughness before going into it. Needed to be much more over the back, and I think he could have asked for a little bit more in the half halt. Started out quite nicely in the extended canter, and then you could just see him as he got closer and closer to the corner, him just holding himself over the back again. Definitely got more relaxed as the test went on there for Niels Baks and first Lewis. Quite a bit of tension to start off with, especially in the trot work. Would have liked to have seen much more relaxation through the whole test, but did seem to gain in confidence as it went on. Just that one real mistake after the first canter pirouette in the flying change where he was late behind. But at the beginning, it was rather tight in the neck in the trot work. But lovely and uphill through the trot and the canter. Some great ground cover. Definitely shows potential for the future. Just needs a bit more relaxation. A lovely banner there from the crowd.
Official result now, trot
Plenty of support for Niels.
8.9, walk 6.9.
Trot 8.9,
Canter
walk 6.9, canter 8.1, submission 8.4.
perspective
Same for the
8.4,
perspective into ninth with
technical
76.013%.
and the final result place number 9, 76.013. 76,013, een negende plaats op dit moment voor Niels Baks en First Lewis. Dan naar Zweden voor Sweden en de quota of Sweden, Ida Nordenberg, Kuchenmarsten en Moretti Veltino, gelding bij Dante Veltino en Master, Swedish Warmblood. De owner Charlotte Hart Bondegaard en Dan Nordenberg en de breeder Kestin en Lars Svenstrup. Moretti Veltino en voor de quota of Sweden, Ida Nordenberg, Kuchenmarsten.
So in now we have Ida Nordenberg Krusmeisten and Moretti Veltino for Sweden. A gelding by Dante Veltino out of a master mare. This Swedish warm blood is owned by Charlotte Hade Bondegard and Dan Nordbergen. And the breeder is Kirsten Orschlas Vendestrup. They competed in 2021, finishing 15th in the finals and then 8th in the small final. And then last year, they competed as a 6-year-old, finishing 10th in the first qualifier with 83.8 and then 15th in the final with 75.4. Could just carry himself a little bit more through the hind leg. Nice and light-footed. Very elegant horse. Really good rhythm through the walk. Nice here in the stretch. Nice over track. Good crossing in the half passes. Just getting a little bit short in the neck there in the 8-meter circle, especially that first half. Keeping the activity really well through the canter pirouette. For the higher marks, you just want to see a little more balance, a little bit more uphill tendency. Oh dear, that was a shame. Just a mistake in that last change. Again, just got a little bit flat there in the canter pirouette. I needed to keep the canter rhythm slightly more. Good positioning through the canter half pass. Just hollowed a little bit in the change. To the end of the test. It is Ida Nordenberg, Kristelmeister
from Sweden,
and
Ida
she's riding
Nordenberg,
Moretti Veltino.
Moretti Veltino by Dante Veltino and Master Swedish Warmblood, the number 23 at the starting order.
Some nice work there.
40 deelnemers in dit
Really elegant horse.
Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage
Nice
Championship for
work
young
through the
horses.
trot.
First qualification for the 7-year-old
Really
horses.
good through the walk. Potentially one of the best walks that we've
This
seen so
competition
far.
powered by the Royal Dutch Sport Horse
Just got a
and
little
the
bit
Royal
tight
Dutch,
in the back in
Equestrian
some
Sport
of the
Federation,
canter work.
aangeboden
Could have seen a
KVN
bit
en
more
de
freedom of the shoulder in the
KNHS.
canter as well, especially in those half passes. Just got a little bit
Wacht
tight.
even op het resultaat van
And
de
then, of course, they had the
Moretti
mistake
Veltino.
in the final one of the
Ook
four-time
hier een
changes.
prijsstrekking aan verbonden aan het eind van de rubriek de beste 8 binnen. Official
Here's the
score.
scores: 8.3 for the trot, 8.8 for walk, 7.6 for
8.8
canter, 7.8 for submission, and 8.1
submission,
for perspective. Into
7.8
seventh with
perspective,
76.984. Technical marks of 72.768%.
And the final result, place number 7, 76.984. Zevende plaats met een score van 76,984 voor Zweden.
Another combination for Great
Sarah
Britain
Rogers,
coming in
for
now.
Great Britain
It
will
is
be the
Sarah
next starter
Rogers
with
and Forest
It's
Hill.
gelding by First
This
and
is an
Look,
Oldenburg
United
gelding
in the
by
deadline.
First and Look and
Oldenburg
United.
But for the Korte
Owned
of Great
by
Britain,
Laura Tomlinson and Ursula Bechtelsteimer
breeder
and bred
Dr.
by Dr.
Bechtelsheimer,
W.
the owner
Bechtelsteimer.
Laura Tomlinson and Ursula Bechtelsheimer. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 24, representing Great Britain, Sarah Rogers, Forest Hill.
So in now for Great Britain, it is Sarah Rogers and Forest Hill. Could just push a little bit more from the hind leg in the extended trot. Like to see more over tracking. activity through the trot work. To be careful of the walk rhythm there, just losing the 4 beat. Slightly better in the extended walk, but very limited over track. Nice balance through the half pass and the 8 meter circle. I'd like to see a bit more uphill tendency through the medium canter. Pretty well centered. Just could have done with a little bit more balance on the way out of that canter pirouette. Or just a little bit late behind in that final change, which was a shame because the other two were really lovely. Lost a bit of the activity going into the canter pirouette, but well remedied by Sarah. And the antral canter pirouette itself was rather lovely. Nice and uphill through the extended canter. Could have gone for it a little bit more, was slightly modest there. So coming to the end of the test, it is Sarah Rogers and Forest Hill for Great Britain. A very nicely presented test. Lovely harmony between the horse and rider.
And Forest Hill by Firsten Look and United Oldenburg Bred.
Just a shame about the mistake at the end of the 4-time changes.
Oldenburg is, dames en heren, is deze combinatie gewoon
But
ingedeeld.
some lovely self-carriage in the canter work, really lovely in the rhythm. Just needed to watch the rhythm in the collected walk. Was starting to get a bit lateral there. And 8.4 for the trot, 7.2 for walk, 8.3 for canter, 8.6 for submission, and 8.5 for perspective. Into 8th place with 76.804, technical marks of 71.608.
And the final result, 76.804, position number 8 in the ranking. Achtste in het tussenklassement, score 76,804 voor Sarah Rogers en Forest Hill. Publiekscore zat iets lager, spectator score 75.649. Het scheelde zo'n 1,2%. Anna Kasperczak aankomend voor Denemarken, maar
Anna Kasperczak from Denmark riding Dansero for Germany.
Dus voor de
A Hanoverian gelding by Dansir. Out of a Vluchtals Floris Count mare.
The owners Hengstaltung, Hellstand, Schokkemüde, and the breeders
Owner is Helga Stoltang, Helga Strand and
Korte of Germany, Dan Siro, Anna
and the breeder
Kasperczak.
is Browers Weber. So it is Anna Kasperczak and Dansiro. Very active from the hind leg in the extended trot. Could have just been a little bit more carrying. Very nice walk in the collective walk. Very, very active. A huge overtrack here in the extended walk. Very nicely done. Lovely stretch. Just needs to watch she doesn't get him a little bit tight in the neck through that line. And at times it can just get a little bit out behind. Yeah, keeping the activity really nicely through the change, through the canter pirouette. Very well ridden, nice and controlled. Beautifully straight on the change on the centre line. Could just be a little bit more over the back in these changes. Just a little bit tight, but lovely and uphill and expressive. Again, very well centered through the canter pirouette. Some power through the extended canter. So coming up to finish their test, it is Annika Kasparak and Danciro. She's very happy with that. A little punch of the air.
Under the
A really super horse.
Kasper Zak en Danciro by Dancier and Partos Floriscant.
Lovely and active and elastic in the trot work.
Winner of the silver medal in Verden as
Just could have kept the hind legs a little bit more pushing underneath in some of the trot work. The walk was gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Really lovely and relaxed. Covered so much ground. That's certainly going to be a high score, I would imagine, for the walk. Really smart in the canter as well. Nice and uphill. Well prepared into the canter pirouettes, especially that second one was really, really lovely.
Official score.
The scores are in. It's 9.1 for the trot, 9.2 for the walk, 8.6 for the canter, 9 for submission, 9.3 for perspective, into the lead with 83.325%.
And the final result in the lead.
So a new leader. It is Annika Kasparak and Danciro. Very, very close at the top of the leaderboard in this test. She's gone into the lead with 83.325. Leona Richter with Global Player OLD is in second with 83.184, and in third, Nicole Wego-Engelmeyer with 83.057. So very, very close between the three, which is going to make a very exciting final, that's for sure. And now we move on to the Netherlands. And it's another horse that finished in the final last year. A different rider this time, though. This time it is Hans-Peter Minderhund and Las Vegas, KWPN Stallion by Fadu, out of a Winton mare, owned by Nico Witt and Noel Gadsden, and bred by Jay Deneen. They finished fourth last year. Well, this horse finished fourth, just out of the medals last year in the 6-year-old final with 87.4. Was being ridden by Emily Scholtens then. very, very big, impressive stallion. Hans-Peter is incredibly tall, and he makes this horse look a normal size. It's incredibly tall. Some nice steps in the extended trot. Would have liked to have seen that frame extend a little bit. Could have been a bit more over the back. Huge reach there though in the half pass. Tight here in the collected walk. Good activity. This needs to be more over the back in the walk. Just to encourage a bit more ground cover as well. Limited over track there. Again, quite short in the neck as he picks up the trot. I like to see more suppleness as well through the half pass. It looked more like a 10-metre circle than an 8-metre circle. I know it's very hard to get these big horses around an 8-metre circle, but you're going to lose marks if you're not accurate. Just got an open mouth here in the canter. A bit climbing there towards the end of the canter pirouette. Again, quite short in the change of leg, and then short in the neck as well. A bit tight in the back in those changes. Very, very expressive though. They show great promise. Better in the canter pirouette, just a little bit of hollowing on that last step. Ground cover in the extended canter. But again, tight in the back. Such a talented horse it is, Hans-Peter Minderhand and Las Vegas. Very, very smart horse. Unfortunately, just consistently quite tight over the back and short in the neck. If you can get him a little bit more supple, like we saw with some of the other horses, I said about that relaxed power. That was just a little bit missing, but you can
Don't
see how
in
much
the lead with
talent this
Annika
horse has.
83.325. But what will be the score for Las Vegas? Official score. Trot
Scores are in. It's 8.9 for the trot, 7.5 for the
7.5.
walk, 9 for the canter,
Canter,
8.6 for
9.0.
submission, and 9 for perspective.
8.6.
A total of
Perspective,
81.17. Technical marks are
Technical,
76.339.
76.339. And the fourth position, 81.170. Vierde plaats, 81,170. Ook hier geldt, de beste 12 paarden zijn startgerechtigd in de finale. Longines is proud to be the title partner, official scorer and official watch of the Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for young horses in Ermelo. Longines passion for equestrian sport dates to 1869, and today the brand is involved in the most important equestrian events all over the world. On this occasion, the brand is privileged to present the official watch of the event, a model from the Longines Master Collection. Both boldly feminine.
Up next,
and
we have a combination
sophisticated,
for
this model
Germany.
for
It
women
is
achieves
Nina
the perfect
Verena
balance
Brunn,
between classic
and
elegance
she rides
and
a
high
Borsalino's
performance.
Fairy Tale,
Longines.
a Westphalian mare
For Germany, the number 27, Nina
by
Verena
Borsalino.
Brown, starting Borsalino's
Sire
Fairy
is First and
Tale.
Ball
That's a
OLD.
mare by Borsalino and Furstenball.
Owned by Sabine Braun and bred by Ralph Borowak.
Sabine Braun is de eigenaresse en de fokker Ralph Borowczak. For Germany and the quarter of Germany, Borsalino's Fairy Tale, Nina Verena Braun.
Now for Germany, it is Nina Verena Braun and Borsalino's Fairy Tale. Just a bit of tension there in that first halt. Extended trot. Nice reach there in the half pass. Needs to watch the self-carriage in the half pass and the shoulder in. Very late into walk. And very tense here in the walk. Again, very tight over the back in the extended walk. A little bit too quick. Limited on the overreach. Needs to be much more relaxed in the extended walk. Very late up into the canter. She needs to be much more accurate with her transitions. Whereas in the 5 and 6-year-olds, because the test isn't being judged, it's much more about the way of going. You can slightly get away with not being quite so accurate if the way of going is really nice. But in this 7-year-old test, you have to be accurate and ride a really good technical test, as well as have the quality. Be a little bit softer over the back in the half pass. Really good rhythm in the canter. Just throughout, I'd like to see a bit more relaxation over the back. Lovely there in the half pass to the left with the change, very expressive. To finish the test, it is Nina Brina Bon and Borsellino's Fairy Tale. Lovely mare. Some really nice work in the trot, very, very consistent. Lovely rhythm in the trot and the canter. Just had a bit of tension throughout the test. That showed especially in the walk. It was very, very tight and tense. And then the tension kind of carried on a little bit into the canter where she was just a little bit blocked over the back. But some nice work through the lateral work in the trot. Shows good collection there in the canter. A nice ground cover in the extended canter.
Trot 8.2.
The trot is an 8.2, walk 6.4, canter 7.7, submission is 7 and a perspective of 7.8. Into 20th place with 71.699% with a technical mark of 69.197.
Position number 20 in the ranking. Score, dames en heren, 71,699. Dat gaf de internationale jury aan de Borsellino's Fairy Tale. Misschien dat we nog even de publiekscore kunnen krijgen. Spectator judging. En dat is iets hoger, 73,836. Number 28 of the starting order representing Spain and also for the Korte of Spain, Claudio Castilla Ruiz. And the stallion Zeo Jocha, signed by Vagabundo.
So next up is Claudio Castilla Ruiz and Zeo Rocha, pre-stallion by Vagabundo out of Tormento,
and for Spanje, Claudio Castilla
and
Ruiz.
by Gandaria Yoka SA and bred by Pina. Could just have the hind legs a bit more under there in the extended trot. Just a little bit flat there in the 8-meter circle, losing the balance as well. Nice activity in the collected walk. Just could have had a bit more freedom of the shoulder. Nice relaxation. Sometimes a bit short, long behind. He doesn't just get a little bit too quick in the trot. Just lost a bit of the canter in the canter pirouette. Needs to keep that jump, keep that fluency. Just the canter in general is just a little bit flat. Short in the left changes. Yeah, just generally in the canter work, it's getting quite tight in the back. You can see him hollowing coming out of the canter pirouette. Just like to see much more softness over the back. Oh, and mistakes there on the center line. All these little mistakes are just coming from that tightness. So there we have it for Claudio Castilla Ruiz and Zeo Roca.
Fans from Spain are still there. Claudio Castilla Ruiz and Zeo Roca. Stallion by Vagabundo Tormento por Razza Española. We hebben nog 2 combinaties en dan weer een korte onderbreking van de 10 minuten. 2 riders left and then the second break, next break of 10 minutes.
Scores are in 7.2 for the trot, 8.3 for the walk, 7 for the canter. Submission 6.8 and perspective 7.3 into 22nd of 70.127%.
Technical score 67.053 and the final result 70.127. Er staat dus 70.127 voor
Spectators
Claudio
enjoyed it a
Castilla
lot more, put them
Ruiz.
into 7th place with over 77%.
Ja, kijken we naar het resultaat van u, dames en heren. U had een veel hoger score in petto. 77.934. Spectator score 77.934. We gaan naar Lena Waldman, Duitsland.
So
Germany,
next up
for
for Germany, we have Lena Waldman and Belinda FRH, the Hanoverian mare by Bonker, out of a Royal Blend mare, owned by Maria Putz and bred by Wilfred Putz. So Belinda FRH for Germany, being ridden by Lena Waldman. Some lovely steps for the extended trot. Lovely and active and light-footed. Could have the hind leg a little bit more under there in the circle. And again there in the shoulder in two. Lovely there in the frame, in the collected walk. Really nice marching. Great purpose in the walk. Lovely fluency between the movements. Just at times in the trot, could just push a little bit more and be a little bit more under behind. Lost a bit of the uphill tendency in the medium canter. And again there in the canter pirouette, just a little bit on the forehand. Nice changes. Just generally in the canter, I want to see a bit more uphill tendency. Yeah, again, just went onto the shoulder before she went into the pirouette, lost the canter. Quarters leading there in the canter half pass to the left. Nice and straight through the change on the centre line. So coming to the end of the test, it is Lena Waldmann and Belinda FRH representing Germany.
Het was Duitsland, Lena Waldmann en
Nice work
Belinda.
through the test.
Mary van de
Just would have
Bonker
liked to have
en
seen the
Royal
hind
Bed
legs
voor de
work a
quota
little bit
of,
harder,
Germany.
especially in the trot. Just left the hind leg out a little bit.
Still
Some
in the
really
lead, Dan
lovely
Sieger
work
en
in the
Anna
walk.
Kasper-Zak, result
Really, really
83.325.
marching forward. Could have been a little bit more collected even in the collected walk. But some great ground cover.
Official result now, Lena Waldmann, Belinda.
And just generally in the canter, could have been a little bit
27.4.
more uphill.
Walk
But again, that all comes back to the
8.5.
hind leg.
Canter 8.3. Submission
So trot 7.4, walk 8.5, canter 8.3, submission 7.3, perspective 7.8, technical marks of 72.5, into 14th with 75.550.
75,550 en daarmee plaats nummer 14 ingenomen door Lena Waldmann, Belinda.
So just one more combination to go before we go into the final break, and then we'll bring you the final 10 competitors after the 10-minute break.
Andrea Sangiori,
40 riders in total in this 7-year-old qualifier.
Soirée d'amour in de Demline Negro. Ingeschreven in het Hannoveraner verband. Maar uitkomend voor de quota van Italië. The owner MG Equisport and the breeder Paul Schokkermude.
So in now, it is for Italy, Andrea Sangiori, and he is riding Soirée Night PS, a Hanoverian stallion by Soirée d'Amour Damsire Negro, owned by MG Equisport and bred by Gustave Luitz. Could have just had a bit more behind there in the extended trot. A little bit tight in the neck coming into the half pass, dropping the pole and losing some of the bend. Again, needs to watch the balance on the 8-meter circle. Bit of jogging there in the walk. We want to see much more relaxation. Not clearing the rhythm at all in the walk. Getting quite short in the neck, dropping the pole. Nice uphill transition into the canter. Good activity through the canter pirouette. Could have just done with a little bit more balance and a bit more sitting. Good ground cover in the changes. Oh, mistake there. Yeah, didn't do enough balancing there before they went into the canter half pass. It's completely on the shoulder. Needed to take much more of a half halt. So coming down to the end of the test, it is Andrea Sangiori and Sorry Knight PS for Italy.
Per Italia, Andrea Sangiori.
A lovely moving horse, obviously very talented, just got a little bit tight at times over the back in the trot, was quite overbent and dropping the pole.
Will be a breakdown.
Showed mostly though in the walk, unfortunately.
10 riders left, and the next start 40 minutes past 7.
Not quite clear in the rhythm in the walk, and then had that jog in the extended walk as well.
Official results.
Trot 7.4, walk 6, canter 6.8, and same for submission. 7 for perspective into 28th place for 66.813%.
Technical 65.625.
30 horses gone,
result,
just 10
66.813.
left to go.
Eindpercentage 66,813 voor Andrea Sangiori en Suarez
So
naar
we're going to be going
PS.
into
Dat is
a
op dit
10-minute
moment
break
plaats
now.
nummer
We have a new
28.
leader. It is Annika and Dan Sidro 7 on
Spectator
a score of 83.325%. Knocked Leonie Richter and global player OLD into second with a score of 83.184. And then in third, it is Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton 3 with 83.057. You can see how close the marks are. We also had Hans-Peter Minderhund and Las Vegas come into fourth place.
83.057.
So those two at the top have guaranteed their place in the final, with 12 going through, 10 left to go. So join us back in around 10 minutes' time. Next horse and rider coming into the arena will be at 7:40.
A short break.
Elegance is an attitude. Longines.
We willen je vertellen over onze magische jaren samen. Over het heden en het verleden.
Ja, hij is snel. Hij is snel. 29, 30, 31.
Ongelooflijk. Ongelooflijk. 2 medailles voor Nederland.
Mede vanwege het feit dat Jeroen en ik gezien werden als... dat wij niet de combinatie hadden van ervaring en mentaliteit en dan dit. Dat is mooi.
Ja, dat was een super gevoel op dat moment.
Over het vroege opstaan en als laatste weer terug zijn. Over je frisse blik op koude dagen. En voluit galopperen op uitgestrekte paden. De waardering voor je geduld, je moed en sierlijke kracht. En die zachte bries in onze nek.
He likes to cuddle.
Onze onvoorwaardelijke vriendschap. Soms gevormd in het heetst van de strijd.
Absolutely breathtaking.
Ankie vergunsen Chameleon Bonfire in de proef van haar leven.
Ja, hier heb ik gewoon altijd van gedroomd.
Zwevend over obstakels.
Jeetje. Jeroen Dubbeldo, wereldkampioen.
En dansend door de tijd. Samen strijdend naar succes. En in blind geloof. Onze dromen najagen. Elke stap voorwaarts. Of soms opzij. Een ijzersterke band. Gebouwd op liefde en vertrouwen. De geschiedenis door de jaren heen samen geschreven. En onmisbaar in ons leven. Al 100 jaar samen, onverslaanbaar. Al 100 jaar, samen één.
10 competitors left, ladies and gentlemen, and then the prize giving ceremony. First qualification for 7-year-old horses, powered by Royal Dutch Sport Horse KBPN and the Royal Dutch Equestrian Sport Federation KNHS. Gaan zo dadelijk weer genieten van de jonge paarden op dit Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for Young Horses. 10 riders left. Number 31 of the starting order for the Netherlands, Kirsten Brouwer starting.
Welcome back. We are into the final part of this 7-year-old qualifying competition. And into the arena now, it is a combination for the Netherlands. It is Kirsten Brouwer, and she rides Lightning Star, a KWPM mare by Ferguson, out of a De Niro mare, owned by R&R Sport Horses BV and Stahl Brouwer, and bred by T. Valaris. Already a very successful partnership. Came here in the 5-year-old class, finished second in the preliminary round and won a bronze medal in the final with a total score of 92.8. Came back last year as a 6-year-old, finished 11th in the first qualification, 82.8, and finished 8th in the final with 84.6. So in now for the Netherlands, it is Kirsten Brouwer and Lightning Star. Steps in the extended trot and really clear transitions either side as well. Lovely fluency and harmony through the trot work. straight away into a nice relaxed walk. A little bit tight in the shoulder. Some nice stretching in the extended walk. Could just be a little bit more over the back. Not quite as supple to the right. Good collection going into the canter pirouette and maintained that activity well. Lost a bit of the straightness though through the change. Nice in the canter half pass. Just lost it a little bit in the change. Got a bit short behind in the change due to a bit of tightness over the back. Much better there in the fours. Lovely and straight through the change on the centre line. So there we have it for Crescent Brouwer and a lightning star. Competed the last few years together. Picked up that bronze medal as a 5-year-old. Some nice work through the test, especially in the trot work. Just got a little bit tight in the back in some of the canter. And that led to a few mistakes in a couple of the changes.
We are waiting for the results. Zo dadelijk de score weer te zien op het scherm van de Longines. Altijd van die enerverende momenten als je even moet wachten op het resultaat. Hoe gaat dat aanpakken?
Been in the top 8 the last 2 finals and directly qualified through from the first qualifier to the finals As a 5 and a 6-year-old, can she do it again? It's 8.8 for the trot and the walk, 8.5 for the canter, 8.3 for submission, and 8.8 for perspective. Into 5th place with 80.209, technical marks of 74.018.
And the final result, the 5th position, 80.209.
So into 5th place there for Kirsten, with 9 horses to go.
Binnenrijdt Francisco Benitez Sanchez uit Spanje, maar rijdt onder de quota van Nederland. 7-jarige Lang Platinum. Is van dezelfde vader Ferguson en dan Bretton Woods. Hengst die als brons won op het WK. KDPN geregistreerd. Eigenaar Esther.
So next up is a combination for a rider for Spain and a horse for the Netherlands with Francisco Benitez Sanchez, and he rides Lord Platinum, KWPN Gelding, another one by Ferguson. This time the dam sire is Bretton Woods. Owner is Esther Becker Lapuli, Kirsten Beckers and Willow Becker. And the breeder is T. Valaris. They competed as a 5-year-old, finished 32nd in the first qualifier and then 27th. And then last year here in Ermelo, they finished 4th in the first qualifier and 5th in the final with 86.8%. So Francisco Benitez Sanchez and Lord Platinum. Super expression in the extended trot, just a little bit tight in the frame. Needed to extend the frame and trot more over the back. Yeah, just through the trot. It was a bit unsteady in the contact, lost a bit of the bend because of the tightness in the back. Could be clearer in the walk rhythm. Much better here in the extended walk. Could have a little bit more over track and take that stretch down a little more. Lovely and uphill there in the medium canter. Again, just needs to be a little bit more over the back. Very nice in the canter pirouette. Again, could have just been a little bit more through. Good expression through the changes. Plenty of power there. Lovely ground cover in the extended canter. Again, just would like to see it softer over the back. So there we have it for Francisco Bennett Sanchez and Lord Platinum.
Fantastische reactie weer voor Team Elder Platinum Ferguson en Brendan Woods in afstamming met
Really nice consistent test from the pair. Just needed to be more over the back through the test. Was just holding himself behind the saddle.
Twee nakomelingen van de Ferguson achter elkaar bij de gevallen.
Rhythm really not clear in the collective walk. Much better in the extended walk. Finished 5th last year as a 6-year-old with 86.8%. Is he going to qualify directly into the final today? 8 more horse and rider combinations to go.
Results, ladies and gentlemen, trot 8.9.
So the results are in. It is an 8.9 for the trot, 5.8 for the walk, 8.7 for the canter, 8.2 for submission, and 7.8 for perspective. Into 16th with 74.534. Technical marks of just over 70%. So no direct qualification today for Francisco and Lord Platinum. They have another chance tomorrow in the small final. The top 3 from the small final will go through.
Nog een deelnemer uit Spanje, maar aankomend voor de quota van Duitsland.
Now we have another Spanish rider, this time riding a German horse. It is Santiago Damil, and he rides L'Amour per Sempre OLD, a Oldenburg mare by Livelden and Alabaster. Owner is Damil Dressage. Breeder is Martin Otten. It is Santiago, Demille and L'Amour per Simple OLD. Lovely light-footed mare, nice and uphill through the extended trot. Sorry, needed a bit more balance around that corner. Lovely transition into walk. Not quite clear in the walk rhythm here in the collective walk. Had that a lot today. Better in the extended walk. Still would like to see much more over track. Bit of tension there going up into the trot. Well managed by Santiago. Lovely energy here in the canter. Just getting a little bit short in the neck going into the canter pirouette. But other than that, the frame's really beautiful throughout, keeping the pole up. Bit more self-carriage here in these changes. Just hollowing slightly. Really nicely balanced canter pirouette. Very well centered in those. Bit of swinging there in the change. Just keep the straightness slightly better. Been a little bit braver in the extended canter. So coming down now to finish, it is Santiago, Demille and L'Amour per Simple OLD. A really lovely test. What a super mare. Some really lovely work from this combination. Nice and harmonious. Really nice and consistent through the trot. Just at times needed to watch the self-carriage, especially in the canter. It shows great talent though for the canter pirouettes especially. Fairly nice in the changes.
Direct aansluitend de prijsuitreiking voor de beste 8.
So the scores are in 9 for the trot, 6.2 for the walk, 8.2 for the canter, 8.4 for submission and 8 for perspective. Into 15th place with 75.916%. Technical marks of 72.232.
And the final results 75.916. Place nummer 15. 15e plaats. Score 75,916. Bedankt voor Denemarken en ook voor de quota van Denemarken, Suzanne, Bardo, Skopdals,
So next up we have Suzanne Bardo, and she rides Skopdals Dexter, representing Denmark. Danish warm blood gelding by Hasselholt Donkey Boy, out of a Romanov mare. The owner is Bardo Dressage and Stefan Christensen, and the breeder is Barmskdovel. Last year they competed in the 6-year-old classes, finished 8th in the first qualifier with 85.1 and came 14th in the final with 76.6. So for Denmark, Suzanne Bardo and Skopdals Dexter. Lovely and uphill through the extended trot. Lovely frame. Good relaxation in the collected walk. Really good activity. Could have more over track in the walk and just encourage that stretch down Just losing the attention a little bit. Lovely cadence in this trot. Nice uphill transition into the canter, and plenty of ground cover there in the medium canter. Nice uphill tendency. Kept the activity and the good rhythm through the canter pirouette. Getting a little bit tight in that corner. Slightly quarters leading at the end of the half pass. Lovely and expressive and uphill in the changes. Really nicely ridden. Everything looking really nice and harmonious, very fluent. Oh, just losing a bit of the rhythm on one of the steps there in the pirouette. Coming down to finish their test. It is Suzanne Bardo and Skovdos Dexter for Denmark. What a lovely horse. Love that look. It's like, oh, you're here to watch me. Lovely, lovely test. Really nice and harmonious. Just needed a little bit more self-carriage in some of the trot work. Really lovely rhythm through the walk. Just got a little bit distracted at times by that bottom corner where they come in. Just a couple of times a little bit of tension crept in, and you could see in the walk where he just didn't take the stretch down and out in the extended walk, which was a real shame because the quality of the walk was lovely. Really nice into the canter. Just at times got a little bit tight again in that bottom corner and lost one of the canter strides in the pirouette. That was the second canter pirouette. The first one was really lovely. A really nice partnership. Pleasure to watch. So just waiting for the score to come through.
Zeer inmiddels binnenkomen. Volgende deelnemer uit Spanje, Reuben Sergio Gonzalez met Degas de Imas. Hengst van Fürst Romancier en Superior 2. Owner breeder Iguana de Imas.
So long.
But here is the official score.
Oh, here they are. 9.1 for the trot, 8 for the walk, 8.4 for the canter, 8.3 submission, 8.9 perspective, and into 6th place with 78.995. Technical marks of 72.589. So into the top 10.
zesde plaats voor Suzanne.
So they go into sixth with 6 more to go, so they're guaranteed their place in the final on Sunday.
En Reuben Sergio Gonzalez. Paard ingeschreven met CDE.
So now we have a partnership from Spain. Reuben Sergio Gonzalez, and he rides De Castilla Ruiz. A stallion by First Romancier out of a Superior, the second mare. Owned and bred by Uganda Diamas. Could have had the hind legs a little bit more pushing in the extended trot. See a bit more self-carriage as well there in the half pass. Lovely activity in the walk. It's a little bit tight in the shoulder in the collective walk. Could have a bit more over track. Again, now we'd like to see more self-carriage in this lateral work in the trot. With the mouth open at times as well. Nice forward transition into the canter. We'd like to see more bend through the body in the pirouette to the left. Did keep the activity nicely though. Just a bit of the straightness on the centre line before the change. Again, just a little bit tight over the back there in the changes, losing some of the straightness. It's a bit too much swinging. Have a bit more jump here in the canter. Again, swinging there to the right in the change of leg. So coming up to finish now, it is Reuben Sergio Gonzalez and Diga representing Spain.
Reuben Sergio Gonzalez en de gasten Imas maar vuurste romancier en superior. Aankomend voor het quota van de Spanje.
Some nice work through the test. Needed a bit more self-carriage in the trot work. And then good through into the walk. It was just then in the canter where it got a little bit tight over the back at times.
There's the official score.
And here are the scores. 7.3 for the trot, 8.1 for the walk, 7.2 canter, 6.9 submission, 7.4 perspective. Into 26th with 71.142, technical mark 68.483.
71,142 voor Reuben Sergio Gonzalez en Degas de Imas. Prize giving ceremony around 9 o'clock this evening, 9 uur, staat de prijsuitreiking gepland voor de beste 8.
So just 5 left to go. We have a combination from Belgium, 1 from Netherlands, 2 from Denmark and 1 more for Spain. In first, though, is Tom Halen, and he rides Cooperon Van Het Berkenhoff. This is a Belgian warm blood gelding by Johnson. Damsire is by Don Renoir. Owner and breeder is Lisbeth Molenbergs. So now for Belgium, it is Tom Halen and Cooperon Van Het Berkenhoff. They were here last year in the 6-year-old class, finished 7th in the first qualifier with 85.4, and then finished 13th in the final with 79%. Unfortunately, had that step back in that first halt. Nice in the frame, just could have a little bit more from behind. A bit of a head tilt there in the half pass. Nice and elastic through this trot work. Limited here in the walk. Also not in a clear rhythm. A lot of the horses today really struggling with the collected walk and keeping the rhythm. Normally improves in the extended walk, but unfortunately not with this combination. Very, very short steps in the walk. Yeah, and that tightness then translated into the transition up into the trot. Good steps in the medium canter. Losing a bit of the uphill tendency going into the canter pirouette. Could have just had a bit more sitting. Jumped a few times together behind. Just at times you can see him tightening over the back. I'd like to see him a little bit more supple over the back. Just enable him to really push through from behind in those changes with some more jump. Lost the balance completely there, unfortunately, in the canter pirouette. Uphill through the extended canter. So there we have it for Belgium's Tom Halen and Cooperon van der Berkenhof.
Sarah Johnson in the demo Don Renoir.
Pretty nice in the trot work at the beginning. Unfortunately, really lost a lot of marks in the walk. Had a lateral rhythm in the collected walk and then didn't really step through in the extended walk. 7.5 for trot, 5.4 for walk, 7 for the canter and submission, and 6.9 for perspective. So into 33rd with 67.015, 66.428 for technical marks.
And the average place number 33, 67.015. Percentage 67,015. Als jullie nog even tussenstand in beeld kunnen brengen. In de lead Annika Spunzer, Dan Siro, second now global player Leonie Richter, Third position, Nicole Wego-Engelmeyer, Diaton. Fourth, Hans-Peter Minderhout, Las Vegas. Fifth, Kirsten Brouwer, Lightning Star. Het zijn de eerste 5 op dit moment. Zijn al, we verwachten 8 deelnemers binnen voor de prijsuitreiking. Op dit moment 6e. At this moment at the 6th place, Suzanne Bardo.
So next into the arena it is Adelinda Cornelissen, and she rides Liquido, KWPN gelding by Liquido out of Stradivarius mare, owned by Adelinda and Aris van Mennen, and bred by still Aris van Mennen.
KWPN. Gevangen bij stal Aris van Manen. Aris van Manen en Adelinda Cornelissen, de eigenaar van Liquido.
So Adelinda Cornelissen and Liquido for the Netherlands. No real immobility there on the centre line. A bit more self-carriage in this trot work. Same there in the trot half pass. Lovely positioning in the shoulder in. Be more over the back in the collective walk. It's a little bit tight. Needs much more over track in the extended walk. You can see the horse fiddling with the contact as well. Again, the horse just curling up a little bit behind the bit. Oh, and the tongue very much out there in the half pass. Wonder if he just managed to get the tongue over the bit in the extended walk. You could really see him playing with the mouth. Yeah, some real issues here in the contact, unfortunately. Yeah, and out again there in the medium canter. so hard once they get the tongue over the bit to really come back from that. You see, he just dropped before they went into the canter pirouette. Shorten that change after the pirouette as well. Just going to get marked down so much for the tongue issue. Problems there in the canter pirouette. Lost the balance coming out. Gonna get absolutely hammered for the tongue. The thing is, no matter how good the movement is, with the mouth open and the tongue out, it can't really be much more than a 6. Better here in these last few movements. So coming to finish their test, it is Adelinde Cornelissen and Liquido for the Netherlands. Unfortunately today just was not their day. Got the tongue over the bit after the walk, and then really difficult to come back from that. Be really interesting to see what marks come through. 8.4 for the trot, 6.8 for the walk, 8 for the canter, obviously 5 for the submission, 7 for perspective, 35th place, 66.45%. I think as if she'd have retired, she wouldn't then have been able to go through to the small final tomorrow to be in with a chance of getting through to the final. So any horses eliminated or retiring are not allowed to go through. So 3 combinations left to go. What a class it's been. 2 for Denmark coming up.
Of the starting order representing Denmark and also for the Korte of Denmark, Lonebang Zindorf and Brunholms Flora.
So now it is Lonebang Zindorf and Brunholms Flora. This is a Danish warm blood, a mare by Donna Limbrio. Dam sire is Blue Horse Hurtung, owned by Bittenbrunn, who also bred this mare, and Jorgen Brunn. For Denmark, Lonebang Zindorf and Brunholms Flora. quite tight and short there in the neck in the medium trot. Very strong in the contact. Short in the neck and tight there through the 8-meter circle. I'd like to see a lot more self-carriage. Still here in the walk, quite tight. Just want to see much more relaxation. Nice here in the extended walk. Could still be more relaxed, but really lovely taking that stretch down and out. Very active in the walk. Could have had more over track. Lost the balance a bit in the 8-meter circle. And there towards the end of the shoulder in as well. Again, quite tight over the back in the canter pirouette. Say it again, tight in the back, short in the neck through the changes, and just makes the changes quite restricted. Very large canter pirouette. And again, surprise, surprise, tight in the back. Yeah, running there in the extended canter. Very much on the shoulder, losing that uphill tendency that the judges would like to see. And there we have it for Lone Bang Zindorf and Bruholm's Flora, representing Denmark. Unfortunately, very, very tight in the back, very short in the neck throughout the whole test. Such a shame because the mare shows great talent and seems very relaxed walking out of the arena. So 8 for the trot, 8.4 for the walk, 6.9 for canter, 7.8 submission, 7.7 perspective into 22nd with 73.309 technical marks of 69.018.
Perspective 7.7, technical result 69.018 en de final result 73.309. 73,309. Eveneens voor Denemarken, ook voor de quota van Denemarken, Maaike Faber Glerum, starting nummer Midwest Francesca, signed by Franklin and Blue Horse Don Chugo in the dam line. Another Dennis Warmwood mare, owned by the rider and the breeder Stutri Midwest. Midwest Francesca, and for Denmark, Maaike Faber Glerum.
So in now another rider for Denmark, it is Maaike Faber Glerum. And Midwest Francisca, a Danish warm-blood mare by Franklin, out of Blue Horse Don Chuffro mare. Owned by the rider and bred by Saturi Midwest. Just trotted there into the first halt. I'd like to see much more of a direct transition. Some nice steps, just needs more push from behind, not quite tracking up in the extended trot. Nice reach in the half pass. Just dropping the pole in the 8-meter circle. Nothing forward in the walk. It's a bit unsteady there in the frame, coming from the collective walk into the extended walk. And could have more over track in the extended walk. Just be a little bit more uphill through the 8-meter circle and this shoulder in. Could just have a little bit more jump in this canter. And maybe just a little bit more uphill. Just a little bit flat in the changes. Could see a bit more expression, but I have to say it is nice not to be saying it's tight and over the back and short in the neck. Just a little bit there on the forehand and had a change behind. Again there, just a little bit on the shoulder in the extended canter. They're coming down into their final halt. It is Macken, Farber, Gallup and Midwest Franziska.
Representing Denmark, Macken, Farber, Midwest Franziska.
A really lovely mare, just losing a bit of the uphill tendency, especially in the canter work. Just had that mistake as well in that second canter pirouette. But as I said, it's just really lovely not to be saying that it's tight in the back and short in the neck. Could have done with a bit more self-carriage in some of the lateral work in the trot. Lovely in the walk, really good rhythm. 8.2 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, and the canter 6.9 for submission, 7.9 for perspective into 23rd place with a total of 73.288, technical scores of 69.375.
7.8, submission 6.9, perspective 7.9, technical result 69.375. En de final result 73.288. 73,288. De resultaten voor Midwest Franziska, Macken, Farber, Leeuwen. Vanmorgen, dames en heren, zijn we om 8 uur begonnen. Loopt straks tegen 9, wanneer we naar de prijsuitreiking gaan. Morgen ook weer een interessante dag.
So with one rider left to go in this 7-year-old qualifier class, it is one for Spain, Alberto Garcia Brion Martin, and he's riding Pampero FS. It's a pre-stallion by Enganoso. Dam sire is Omitano, and the owner and breeder is Yagada Yalamite. The top 12 from this class qualifying through to the final, which is taking place on Sunday. Can this man be the last one in? It is Alberto Garcia Brinon Martin and Pampero FS for Spain. Needs to be a little bit more under with the hind leg. Just at times some wide steps behind. shoulder into the transition in the walk. Really nice and relaxed here in the walk. Nice and active. Good over track. Really nice relaxation, taking the contact down and out. And in a clear rhythm. Or just a bit unsettled. Went into canter, just a bit of a miscommunication. Lovely reach there in the half pass, a little bit short in the neck, and therefore a little bit unbalanced into that 8-meter circle, just losing the hind leg out. Tight up into the canter. Again, I like to see it more over the back in the medium canter down the long side. Again, pretty tight there into the canter pirouette. Needed a bit more bend. Half pass. Quite a bit of swinging into those changes. Better there in the changes actually on the long diagonal. Able to open the frame a little bit more than the changes that we've seen after the pirouette and the half pass. See there, just getting tight in the neck again and tight over the back, going into the canter pirouette and just losing a bit of the canter in that as well. Power in the extended canter. So coming down the final centre line, our final rider for this 7-year-old first qualifier, Alberto Garcia, Brenon Martin and Pampero FS for Spain.
Last competitor today for Spain, Alberto Garcia.
Some nice work from this pair. Unfortunately, at times was just a little bit short in the neck in the trot work and got a bit tight in the canter. Really nice in the walk.
Now we have to wait for the last result, and then we have the prize giving ceremony for the best 8 riders of today.
Lovely positioning in the half pass. As I said, just got a little bit tight at times in the neck, in the trot work. Lovely ground cover in the medium canter.
Many thanks to our judges, Henning Leerman, Germany, Maria Coriander, Finland, Sharon Roach,
And here's the score, 7.3 for the trot, 7 for the walk and the canter and the submission, and 7.1 for perspective into 34th place with 68.525. Technical marks of 66.25%. So we'll be seeing him in the small final tomorrow. But he was the final competitor, so we can now tell you who the top 12 are that will be going through to the final, which will take place on Sunday. It is Anna Kasprak and Dancero 7 who took the win on 83.325. Leona Richter and Global Player OLD in second. Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer and Diaton 3 in third. Hans-Peter Minderhund and Las Vegas in fourth. Kirsten Brouwer and Lightning Star in fifth. In sixth, it is Suzanne Barno and Skopdos Dexter. Isabell Werth in seventh with Valvidani. In eighth, it is Valenda, Eriksdotter, Rubin and Diploid. In ninth, Claudia Castilla and Apache B.D. Byboshen. Hope Beerling and Vianne in 10th. Ida Norberg Kushmeisten and Bonetti Valtino in 11th, and Sarah Rogers and Forest Hill in 12th. They are the competitors that will be directly qualified through to the final, taking place on Sunday morning. So make sure you join us for that. All of the rest of the competitors will be taking part in tomorrow's small final, so the 28 other competitors, and then the top 3 from those will get a direct place into the finals as well. But I hope you have enjoyed all of our coverage for the 6-year-old and this 7-year-old first qualifier. That is it from myself, Natasha Baker. I'll be back tomorrow for the 5-year-old final. We saw the small final earlier today, so the top 3 from that will be qualifying through. So the top 15 5-year-olds, and that will be at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So make sure you join us for that. And then for the 6 and 7-year-old finals, they start at 9 a.m. on Sunday. But that's it. I hope you've really enjoyed our coverage here on Clip My Horse TV. Have a fantastic night and see you all tomorrow afternoon.
Publiek, dames en heren, werd aangeboden door KNHS en KWPN, gastheren van dit prachtige wereldkampioenschap, organisatoren om KNS en het KWPN samenwerken tot het Nationaal Hippiecentrum hier in Ermelo. Het WK is het ultieme sport- en vakwerk-evenement van het jaar. Persstrekking zo dadelijk door Henning Leeman namens de internationale juryleden. Anders vandaan voorzitter KWPN, Marieke Tonders, bestuurslid KWPN, zullen de prijzen uitreiken. We hebben een ereprijs voor de winnende combinatie Dansiro en Anna Kasperzak, aangeboden door de KNS en door het KWPN. Stalplaten worden wederom overhandigd. We beginnen zo dadelijk met de nummer 8. Prize giving ceremony, Vendela, Eriksdotter, Rubin for Sweden, Diploid at place number 8. Representing Germany, Isabell Werth, Vianne, bij Veneno, Diaton, nummer 7. At base number 6 for Denmark, Suzanne Bardo, Stokdals, Dexter. Place number 5, Kirsten Brouwer, the Netherlands, Lightning Star. Mooi dat enthousiasme nog door. Klappen nog even mee. Kirsten Brouwer, Lightning Star. And the fourth position, also for the Netherlands, Hans-Peter Middenhout, Las Vegas, KWPN. Las Vegas, Hans-Peter Middenhout. Let's go to the 3 best riders. 3 beste paarden, 2 Hannoveranen, 1 Oldenburger. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner today, Anna Kasperzak for the quota of Denmark with Dan Zero by Dan Sier, Vartels, Flores-Count. Hannoveraan op plaats nummer 1 onder de quota van Duitsland. Anna Kasperzak. For Germany, second Leonie Richter, global player. Oliver bred by Red Galaxy in Blue Horse Don Schufro. Third for the quota of Germany, Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer, Diaton, Hannoveraan bred Dimacho, Benetton. With an average of 83.325, the winner Anna Kasperzak for the quota of Germany with Dan Zero. Let's hear you once again. Anders vandaan de voorzitter KWPN, dames en heren, KWPN organiseert samen met de KNS dit wereldkampioenschap. Voorzitter, mooie woorden voor de winnende combinatie. Marieke Tonders, ook dames en bestuur van het KWPN, overhandigt de trofee. En naast de jury uit Duitsland Henning Leerman. Mooi moment om vast te leggen. Dan Zero van Dansier, Vartos Forestgangs. De Breeders, Zuchtgemeinschaft Broers und Weber. And the owners, Hengstenhaltung, Helmstein, Schockemühle. And the second position for Germany, Leonie Richter, Global Player by Grand Galaxy Win, Blue Horse Don Schufro, winner Hendrik Hansen, owners Hengstenhaltung, Helmstein, Schockemühle. The third position for Germany, Nicole, Wego-Engelmeyer, Diaton. Hannoveraanse hengst van Di Maggio, Benetton Dream in de Moulin. Breeder Silke Goedeveld en the owner Maria Teresa Pol. Doris zit naast mij, heeft de hele dag prachtige muziek onder de proeven gezet, dames en heren. Altijd passend bij iedere beweging opnieuw. Zal de prachtige muziek ook presenteren. Zodat ik bij de laatste ronde van vandaag teken van Dennis Dolleweert, onze topringmeester, de eerronde met in de hoofdrol Anna Kasperzak en voor Germany, Dan Zero. The numbers 1 and 2, Anna Kasperzak, Dan Zero, Leonie Richter, Global Player. And the winner once again, let's hear you for one time, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner today. Prachtige beelden van Dan Zero en Anna Kasperzak. De winnende combinatie bij de 7-jarige kwalificatie. Dit was hem, dames en heren. Thank you all for being here today. See you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Sleep well and see you tomorrow.